Class is in session. Ladies and gentlemen, and Hikikomoris of all ages, welcome to the January 20th, 2020 Cool Stream. 2021 Cool Stream. It's a palindrome. You guys know what a palindrome is? Race car? Anyone? It is Palindrome Day, and I'm your host, Hikiko. I'm so happy to be here today with the Dark Glaive 360, Jonathan Spotswood, Jose C, Carl Makes Videos. We got Shreddy, is it Shareddy Dontal. So happy to see him. We're close. Oh boy. I got some important things on today's agenda to discuss with you, class. To discuss with you. Shall I begin? Let's see it. Let's see everyone in here before I begin, huh? Show me. Oh, show me. Show me who's arrived today. Who's all in here? I'd like to see him. Well, if you don't know, the game on screen is Phantom Dust. You should recognize this. I included it in my last video. Who else do we got in here? We got Zatsono PS. We got Majesty ZX. Very nice. Gang's all here. I'm new, says Sono PS. Well, you're on time. Thank you for being here. Sono PS, hey, what do you say about Fragile Dreams, Farewell Ruins of the Moon? I made a whole retrospective on that. It's on my channel. If you're a fan of the game, I've got news for you. I got some bad news, but I also have some good news. Let's show off the... You guys want to know the secret? You guys want to know the secret to the Hikikomori figure? Okay. Let's cut the game audio a little bit. Here's the secret to the Hikikomori figure, okay? Here's my breakfast. Can you see that? We got an orange. This is a sun-kissed Cara orange. I have Driscoll brand strawberries. And inside this mystery packet, I have 3 mystery objects that I might consume on stream for you. But that's not all. It wouldn't be a cool stream unless I brought the best of the best. I imported the finest liquids from across the sea over to the west, over to lockdown land, where we're not allowed to leave our own borders. I somehow got this past customs. And customs, they're tight, they're rigid this year. Ladies and gentlemen, I have one of my favorite beverages that I've ever consumed, Pocari Sweat. Pocari Sweat? A can of sweat? Is that what you're drinking? All your electrolytes are just streaming down your face from the nervousness of this stream? The anticipation just rolling off your back, and you just need to replenish it, so you drink Pocari Sweat? You drink more sweat to replace the sweat? That's not what it is. It's like a Japanese Gatorade, kind of. It's a bit more sweet. It's a grapefruit drink. Think Fresca. But it's smooth. That white Gatorade, you guys ever had the white Gatorade? It tastes a little bit like that, but it has more of that citrus and grapefruit taste. And I love me. Are you really a weeaboo if you haven't had this? Get the hell out of my face if you haven't had Pocari Sweat. But that's not all. Of course, I got my artillery shell right here. The big old Stanley thermos. I brewed some fresh tea last night. The cool thing about this thermos, I should say opposite of cool because it keeps things hot. Cool thing about this thermos is I can make tea on one day and it lasts a couple of days. So I'll just be drinking tea. Okay? But that's not it. I'm a thirsty boy today. Our last and final cool stream snack, of course, is for when things get a little crazy. We have the Kavita turmeric and ginger kombucha. Right here. I have an inflammatory disease, okay? It affects my skin. It causes my skin to get red and scaly and stuff. And I've cured this through homeopathy. I can't afford any other I can't afford medicine in my country, but homeopathy is a cheap route. Actually, I did try some other medicines to help with it, but the thing that worked best for me was turmeric. So I take turmeric every day. It also helps with my joints. I'm an editor, so I'm like click, 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 programming all day. And my wrists, I got gamer wrists, I got programmer's wrists, I got editor's wrists, all in one. And turmeric helps with that. So ask your local doctor, shaman, or whoever you see. I don't judge. Let's read a little chit here. Do we got anything? We got a couple of channel members here. They got the badge next to their name. We got a couple of HMs. I saw some Hassie cans in there. We got a mukbang stream from Malyado. You guys have the best names. The Dark Glaive says, I wasn't on the Hikikomori fan forums in 2005. The Hikikomori fan forums in 2005 were You're the Man Now Dog, GameFAQs.com, and 4chan. Those were the official Hikikomori fan forums. If you weren't there, get with the lore. We have the Dark Glaive says I've had Boss Coffee before. Who was the American actor? Was it it wasn't Jack Nicholson. It was Tommy Lee Jones. Tommy Lee Jones was the face of Boss Coffee for a while. You saw his grimace on the side of the Boss Coffee. I don't have a Boss Coffee can right now, but Metal Gear 3, I believe, introduced me to a lot of good Japanese snacks. And I honestly go to the Asian food grocer more than any other store. I try, like, when I go to the store, I try and just get everything carry out. Like, here's my order through the app, and then they just put it in my trunk and I drive off. It's nice. That's how I've been doing it through this pandemic. But the Asian food grocer, I'm willing to get a disease. I'm willing to get a disease to get my stream snacks. I'm willing to go in there for that exception. You got some Boss Coffee or Pocari Sweat in there? Okay. Yeah, I'll inhale all the vapors. Just give me that. Give me that now. That and I really don't want to see their businesses struggle. The Asian food grocer is a staple in my life. Just like banh mi sandwiches. Like, no matter what, I want to keep ordering banh mi sandwiches at the sandwich shop so I can continue to eat banh mi sandwiches. Are you understanding the analogy I'm making here? All right. Calorie Mate. Yes. I don't know what happened to my box of Calorie Mate, but I do have a box of Calorie Mate from Japan. And I'm not a huge fan of it. Calorie Mate tastes like dog biscuits because it's just a nutrient brick. It feels like something you would eat in Soylent Green, in the movie Soylent Green, or some dystopian nightmare. Calorie Mate tastes like dog biscuits. I don't like them, but my fursona does. Barkley. Nah, it's all good. Calorie Mate, I wouldn't recommend it. The box art is the best, though. I mean, like, if you're into the whole MRE lifestyle, then Calorie Mate is what's up. But I'm a snacker, okay? And when I eat snacks, I try and keep it moderately healthy, so I can continue to eat snacks well into my old age. All right, I'm at one of these junction points in Phantom Dust where, so Phantom Dust, in case you don't know, is a game that was released on the original Xbox for $20. I picked it up at GameStop back in the day. I enjoy it quite a bit because it's more of like an action-based card game, but it's not like card wherever everyone's like taking turns, like, okay, let's go through, here's my trap card, gonna lay that down, gonna tap 3 elementals. It's not that way at all. You have like an energy pool like MP, and it constantly recharges, and you have skills that you can tap into that energy pool, and it's pretty cool. I don't know how to describe it like in mass detail. Like once I start playing and you start watching, you'll get what's up. So right now I'm doing all these like training courses at the moment so I can unlock custom deck building. So let me get a little chat in here before I start this mission. Yeah, it was Tommy Lee Jones. Daniel Scott. Also, more big dudes in Simple Series videos win. Gotta get people to watch that first big dudes video. The Simple Series, I do have some plans for. I don't know exactly the month, because right now I have a schedule of things that I've wanted to cover. So I got like this, and this. So after my schedule, once there's an opening in my schedule somewhere, I will return to the Simple Series. I did play a bunch. So let's do this first mission just to get things going here. My character's name is Alpha Chad. Alpha Chad. And right now, there are 3 powers that just randomly generated on the field, and they're based on a deck you have, so you randomly draw things. Right there's my opponent. These are like tutorial missions, so they just kind of have basic commands, like they'll occasionally attack me. I didn't read what the objective was on this, but each one represents different things. So you'll see in the bottom right, I have a mana pool, and each one of these cards has like either a different sort of attack. So like red are typically just attack powers, yellow are movement based, so like I can dash out of the way like that. Blue are barriers, or reversals. So I can reverse attacks on him. But this is one of those games like where you can get into like a whole thing of trading off hits with your enemies. So that was bad timing on my part. Oh shit, yeah. They can get the upper hand really quickly too. That and trying to explain it, not exactly the best. All right, let's dash out the way, get some space between us. Woo! This fire that I'm using, the bullet of fire, does not have homing, so if they slightly dip out of the way, that's a problem. So, right now we're just kind of in the tutorial. I'm getting smoked big time, but he's almost done. So we got him. Yeah, that was the mission. So you have to do all that, like in the single player mode, which is free, by the way. So if you have an Xbox One, a Series S or Series X, you can download this and play through the single player mode. And I think every time you log in, you get additional points that you can spend in the multiplayer mode. And I think the full multiplayer is like only $14. And it's 4-player, I think, is the max. So it's like you and all these people with custom decks going off and stuff. So that was just kind of a basic hit the ground tutorial there. But the game gets really wild because there's some insane powers that destroy the landscape and do all sorts of wild things. It is really dry. What flavor did I buy? Of what? Calorie Mate, just the basic one. Just the basic one. And is it like Lost Kingdom? It's more action-based, Majesty. The Dark Glaive 360, I love that video. You have a man who made Capcom's biggest franchises for their timeout sheer spite. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Yeah, are you talking about Okamoto? Yes, Okamoto. I'll tell you a story about that. So I was working on the Majin, and I was making a video on Majin in the Forsaken Kingdom, and I 100%ed the game on PS3 because at the time I was collecting trophies. I was like, let me make a video on this subject. And as I went into the research on it, there was 2 things that went wrong. Number one, Majin in the Forsaken Kingdom on the PS3 has horrible screen tearing. Like, unbelievably bad. So when I was like looking at the footage in capture, I was like, no one's gonna want to watch all the screen tearing. So I'd spent all that time going through the game and stuff, and I thought, okay, well now I've gotta, what have I gotta do with all this time that I put into this? And I was researching. I was like, well, maybe I'll just go through it again on the 360. So when I went through it again on the 360, I was doing the research at the same time and just kind of speeding through the game. And I come to find out who was behind it. Okamoto. And I'm like, isn't that the guy who helped create Street Fighter? And so then I started looking into his other stuff that his studio put out. Of course, Folklore, which I've covered before. So he put out Folklore. He put out this game called Knight's Contract. He put out Clash of the Titans for PS3, and I'm like, what? I was like, how did this dude go from making all these million sellers to making all this kind of B-level stuff, really? Like almost like Grasshopper, if you will, just kind of developer for hire, grunt work, mercenary. I don't know if you'd call them mercs or whatever, but yeah, like how did that happen? And then as I went deeper into researching him, I found out all those amazing controversies he was involved in, all the successes that he encountered. And I was really impressed, and it just kind of took off from there. And I was just reading off all the things I discovered, and I feel he's a very underrated individual, if not just a good eccentric to cover. How do I get this guy's barrier down? I'm sure it was in the tutorial. I think maybe I need to find his weak point and spam that, so let's do that real quick. I'm gonna quit this mission because I think I've got to do the deck building or what have you, but we'll look at the mission details and figure out how to take him out. Well, it doesn't tell me. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. Seems like he has different targets, so let's see if I can attack that eye. Okay, so the eye is where it's at. So I've got to wait for him to reveal his weak point there. Oh, and he can also attack me, so. I wonder what that thing on top is, though. Yeah, so this is just a kind of a training boss fight. I don't know what to say about it. You just kind of learn the lay of the land and what powers you have in your deck. The beginning parts of Phantom Dust aren't all the best because you don't have the custom deck building just yet. But once you get it, the game just gets 1,000 times better. If David were in here right now, he'd tell you the same. David's a professional Phantom Dust player. He's the one who kind of turned me on to it again. For a while, the only way you could play this game was through this service called Excellent Kai, which is a peer-to-peer matchmaking service that exists kind of on the side of Xbox Live. Alright, we're just gonna spam bombs at him. I see it. I don't see why not. Seems to be working so far. Unless, just not getting to that target point. Okay, well, that strategy stopped. So we'll find if I can get another Psycho Spear. Last go get a number of 09ers and later may not have played Street Fighter 2. I would think everyone has at least played some form of Street Fighter 2 by now. I mean, they included it on everything. I think the most recent release of Street Fighter 2 was on the Switch. It was one of the launch games. But that's me going on assuming people know things about like what I think would be common at this point. Who knows? To the average, like, Zoomer or something. Okay, now he's pissed because I took out that eye. Woo! Oh, God, and I don't have any barriers. Okay, so I've got a reversal that I just wasted there, but I think I might have taken out his barrier. Yep, I took out his barrier. So we're going to spam him with fire. Oh, no! Oh no, he's not happy about that. And there's only one area where your cards spawn, so you got to keep running back to it no matter what. Okay, he's under me now. I think I can take him out. No problem. No problem. Oh, the bomb? Oh, this is it. Easy peasy. Just hang out here, boy. Yeah, just hang out here. I think I got this. Oh, he's coming. He mad. He mad. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Yeah, this is not ending well. We got a laser. We got a Psycho Spear. Let's try and spear him. Oh no. He wasn't having that. And I fell off. This is it, guys. This is it. We're going to try something. Oh, no. I got him. Okay, got him with the last one. That was rough. I got him on the last one. Ultra Street Fighter 2 was recent, but very niche. It didn't click with the old fans, and newer ones wanted other games. Yeah, I'm sure. At this point, I mean, they should just re-release Third Strike. I don't know why they keep dipping back into Street Fighter 2. I think Third Strike has some of the most entertaining mechanics in the series. But if you ask me, my favorite fighting game series is Darkstalkers. I always kind of like the more offbeat ones, for sure. Alright, alright. So now we're on a new chapter. And with a new chapter comes, I think this is when deck building is unlocked. I sure hope so. I think one of my favorite characters also shows up too. You'll see who, it'll be very blatant who it is whenever he shows up. Alright, let's go check the mission. Majesty ZX says, every post-apocalyptic game from this generation looks like Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne to me. Yeah, Nocturne has a very muted tone to it, if that makes sense. From the surface, it looks like one of the most bland games ever because they're just, you're in kind of a lifeless area, if that makes sense. And Persona is the exact opposite. It's just brimming full of life and happiness. Okay, so I gotta talk to Ubiquitous. The single player on Phantom Dust, I think, is only 100 missions or so. And the whole thing is made to train you for the multiplayer. So for about, I want to say 10 years, this game didn't have multiplayer. And then Microsoft re-released it and said, hey, here you go. You won't get a sequel, but here's the original.
Yes.
Yes. Caption Panic 98. Karuga Kids? I know of it. Isn't that for the Nintendo 64? The one that has the weird two-dimensional artwork in it? Karuga Kids? Garugamesh! That's what it reminds me of. Garugamesh! That guy? You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. And gaming! Oh, man. If you guys don't know the reference, Sakura-Con. One of the best... one of my favorite, I guess, cringe compilation contenders. Or YouTube poops back in the day. All the remixes. That's a boomer meme at this point. Well, everyone says it's boomer, but I would say it's more, can it be Gen X or millennial? It's not that far back.
Once you get the hang of editing an arsenal.
Oh, I think they're telling me about deck building right now.
To do.
Okay, yeah. Yep, this is it. Okay. So that's the arsenal tutorial. The arsenal is all my cards, so right now I don't have any cards. But it's fun. I think I've got to go purchase some now. This is where the game really starts. The true Phantom Dust starts now. Early 2000s anime culture. I mean, that's still relatively young, right? Same thing with anime in general hitting the mainstream. Don't you just love the design of this place right here? I'm not playing on a 4K monitor, but if I was playing on a 4K monitor, or there's a new Elgato, by the way. So right now I have the Elgato Pro, which is hooked up to my PC, and it maxes out at 1080, which is fine. Most people stream at 1080. Most people watch in 1080. But there's another 4K version, and at that point, I would have to just upgrade my whole rig. But I will tell you, playing, like last night I was playing through some Lost Odyssey, and I said it in my video, like how much the auto HDR like makes everything pop out. But I didn't realize how many areas like where there was white panels within Lost Odyssey. Like in almost every area, there's either some embers or magic coming out of these steam engines. Because like that's the whole thing. It's the magic industrial revolution in Lost Odyssey. But there's like all these halogen bulbs everywhere and light sources like strewing in. And then the Series X adds auto HDR on top of that. So everything is just like, yeah, you can see all the high brightness areas, and it makes other things like they kind of dim other areas. It looks phenomenal. Phenomenal. As in Capel says, this game is just anime card collector Fallout. Yeah, basically. But I like it. It's a good blend of East and West. So this guy's gonna give me. I don't want to watch any tutorial. Buy them with your credits and it'll be cool. 5 skills, content unknown. With 500 credits, you can purchase them and open them. So there's blind boxes in this too. So, like I can buy a whole case, which is like different sets. Junk, 5 random skills. So your blind box is there. I can sell them and yada yada. Okay. So I gotta remember which ones that I used. I use a Psycho Blade quite a bit, but if you look down, there's like all the stats. Cost is how much it dips into your mana, but you can also upgrade that on the field too. I tend to just stick with like low skills and just stack the deck so I can go bam, 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 bam. Because a lot of Phantom Dust is just spamming and trading off. Sad to say, but it's true. And each one has like a elemental. Your whole rock, paper, scissors Pokemon stuff. But I'll build this one. I think is like your monk deck here. So we'll do a monk deck. It's probably not the best one because Phantom Dust is kind of a game of long range. We'll get 2 of these Kai bullets. You want to buy a little extra so that'll appear more frequently in your deck. Get that Kai cannon. You'll see what I mean after I build it real quick. We'll get a junk. Both of those junk decks, they're always important to do. Because you get skills that you wouldn't otherwise get. Nice. Okay. Let's see if I can edit my deck. I think I can do that from anywhere. But look at that disheveled teddy bear with all the chains, and he's attached to some bombs. But they redid all the texture work here. I should have shown off the original one because I do have the Xbox original version. kicking around here somewhere. But the game was a lot choppier for sure. Textures weren't as good. It was the definition of a budget title. Happy birthday, Jonathan. Happy birthday. Whose birthday is it? We got another birthday in here? Who did I miss? Say it again. I'll give you a happy birthday. They're free. It won't cost me a thing. Is it the Dark Glave's birthday? Tell me whose birthday. I know Jonathan's birthday's today. Inbred Bill Hilly knows what's up. Inbred Bill Hilly recognized this shirt. Kudos to Inbred. Majesty's EX, is that shirt official merch? I need to know. I need a stand shirt. I don't know where my friend got this for me. It was a Christmas present. My friend Mark got it for me. Okay, so you need these aura particles. They build up your mana. I'll keep dash. Mind's Eye. F that. Let's replace. So I got all my Kais there. Psycho Blade, Psycho Knife. I guess it's alright to have like a couple of different elementals in there. I really don't like all the walls. I tend not to use them in the first place, even though I should. That only costs 2. Oh, and each shield has like a defense number, so enemies can potentially break your shield if it's not high enough defense. Mind's Eye is a pretty good one. I keep 2 of those in there. I mean, this psychic wall is like really, really good though. Alright. We'll just go with what we have for now. I mean, I don't have any other reason to replace it. Okay. We'll do that. Who was it? The Dark Glaive 360. Is Okage a great game? I don't throw around the term great all that often, I would say. It certainly is a game. I will give it that. An early PS2 game. Getting all these trophies. Or no, these are achievements. I'm still getting used to the achievement system because I've changed. I used to chase trophies all the time. And I still do. Like, I have a PS4. Most all the stuff I want to play is still coming out for PS4 as it is, which is weird. We're still in that early generation stage. But I used to trophy hunt quite a bit, but I only trophy hunt for the games that I really, really care about. Like Nier, I got the platinum for that. Deadly Premonition, of course. But yeah, this guy's telling me about the aura pool. So right now I don't have a default stock of 5 because I'm out of the tutorial. So I gotta collect all the mana so I can start using my attacks. Oh, missed him. So the white ones go in your mana pool. You just want to use them instantly. Okay, let's see if I can sneak up on this guy. We got 2 of them. That's why I was attacking my partner. That dude's tutorial guy. Whoops. I got the Psycho Blade. We're going to try it out. Woo! That did a lot of damage. But they also have invincibility frames, so you can't just spam them. Gives your opponent a chance to recover. Otherwise, you just end up having a bad time online. I think I got enough to finish this fool off. I just want to get close up on him and use the Psycho Blade. Keeps going after my partner, though. That was it. Slayed. Now you can kind of get the feel for it. The game's picking up. The Okage soundtrack's an earworm, that's for sure. I mean, let me be real with you guys. I don't want to give a full-on review of Okage in case I choose to ever talk about it, but I feel Okage exists in that nostalgic vacuum where people talk about all the great things it does, but they don't remember how the game actually was. And the game was totally unfinished. There's like whole towns you go to that are absolutely dead, and the game is filled with backtracking. Like, you backtrack to the same 3 towns for 30 hours. The enemy encounter rate is absurdly high, like absurdly high. All the dungeons are the same sewer. They're the same sewer, and the objective of each dungeon is to kill an urn. You kill urns throughout the whole game. And it does have a nice cast. Like, there are some interesting design choices in there. Of course, Stan. But if you look at the whole experience, the game is unfinished and it's pretty bad. And I don't mean that. Like, I'm wearing the shirt. Obviously, I like it. But I wouldn't call it a great game. I would not give it that at all. And I will give it credit. It's like it's an early PS2 game, but it's not finished at all. And I'm a little salty because I went for the Platinum Trophy, and something really bad happened during that. There's something really unforgivable, and I won't say what it is because, as I said, if I ever make a video on the subject, if I ever do, I will tell you then. But yeah. Chivo. The Dark Glaive, yes, it's totally unfinished. Especially in terms of an RPG. It's bare bones as it gets. Like, it's finished in terms of there's a beginning and an end, but I wouldn't even say there's a middle to that game. Even the beginning is questionable. It just kind of goes into it. Your character is very unremarkable. Like, Stan here is the most remarkable cast member for sure. But isn't that the point? Isn't that the point that Ari is supposed to be overshadowed by the rest of the cast? Sure, I mean, I guess if you want to go that far to prove a point, but he really just has no influence on the world itself. All your choices in Okage are just ultimately meaningless. There is a minor relationship building system that isn't spelled out for you. Like, you can make friends with your party members, and randomly one of them at the end will give you a gift of some kind. But at no point does the game like really clue you in to the benefits of this. Yeah, go back and play it, okay? Don't take my word for it. If you love it so much, play it. Unwrap that box and just go in it again. Such a thrilling 30 hours. I got to max level, so don't even front like I'm just coming out of nowhere. I got to max level with all my characters. I maxed them out, and I went and I did everything there was possible to do in that game. And it is bare bones. Like, it's like an outline of something great. There's an outline of something that's great in there, but nobody filled it in. Like, Sony, I bet Sony's behind it, honestly. If I did my research on this, I bet all roads point to Sony pressured them to put it out. But there's like a whole last section of the game, like where you see this fully realized town where things are supposed to come to life, and there's supposed to be like a whole nother map that you're supposed to explore, but you can't ever go to that map. There's like a whole train station. They just took off the train station. Like, they just shut it down. There's like 2 train stations in the game that are supposed to interlink, and it just never runs. It just never runs. The last boss is such a cakewalk. It's embarrassing. There's a whole tower. And okay, let's put it this way. There's a whole tower about 3/4 of the way through the game. And the game's like super short, maybe 30 hours. There's a whole tower in Okage Shadow King that's like 7 stories tall, and it's filled with all these gears and awesome work. And you just walk inside, fight a boss, and leave. That's it. You walk inside, same floor, you fight a boss, that boss joins your party for like maybe, I don't know, a couple hours in the game. The last couple hours, he's under-leveled. He has no development. So, I don't know. I'm not here to trash on anyone's. If you like Okage, good. I like parts about Okage. But anyone out there claiming it's some sort of masterpiece, they just filled in the blanks. There's a lot of blank space in Okage, and then they just wrote their own fan fiction over it. Where there was supposed to be a game. They just applied in their mind. Like, Okage is the kind of game that just leaves you with a lot of time on your hands. It leaves you with a lot of time on your hands to think about better games or other things you could be doing. And then maybe you'll think of something funny along the way, and then you'll remember that time you made yourself laugh, and that's your memory of Okage Shadow King. Happy birthday. Yeah, come on now. I'm sorry. Go watch a Let's Play. I'm serious. Go watch a Let's Play. No commentary. Okay, just watch it flat from the beginning to end, and then come back and tell me if you enjoyed it. Yeah. Isn't that what people said about Final Fantasy XII? I think I'm one of 10 people who bought it on PS4. I like Final Fantasy XII. I would say Final Fantasy XII, I like it for the same reason as Dot Hack. That kind of fake MMO style. If you guys ever played it, Dot Hack's kind of like a faux MMO. Like, you go into the world and you meet up with other NPCs and you trade, and there's bulletin boards and stuff like that. Final Fantasy XII has the same feeling as Dot Hack, so for that reason, I really enjoy it. And there's a really good way to break Final Fantasy XII and power level early on and get to like near max level very early on into the game. So if you're just in it for the story or what have you, or if you just want to just blaze through the game, there's a guy named Olalilia. I'm not going to spell it out because I don't know how to spell his name, but he's got a really cool method where you can power level in Final Fantasy XII. I think it's cool. I also love the soundtrack. I love the world of Ivalice because Final Fantasy Tactics. And I'm talking about the first Final Fantasy Tactics. The only good one, in my opinion. Oops. What the hell? I didn't want to go to the Phantom Dust website. Weird. Dark Glaive said Sony probably said release it now, and the team was like, but we only have the first third. And then what is happening? What is happening to my game? Guys, this is not the stream. This is the actual game. What is happening to Phantom Dust? Am I going to have to reboot Phantom Dust? That's bizarre. Okay. Let me in game and reboot it. See if that helps. Something. Okay, it's better now. I don't know what it was. It's still lagging. Is it because of that stupid thing? Hold on a second. All right, I'm back. I figured out what happened. Microsoft Edge was open because it asked me to go, like, hey, do you want to read the instruction booklet? And because that instance of Edge was open, I guess the Phantom Dust... Oh, no. It's still happening. I thought it was Edge, but now the game is, like, lagging like crazy. Is there some sort of memory leak problem? Maybe it'll change when I get into game. We'll find out. Oh no. You can even see it in the countdown. Look how many frames are just dropping. What the hell happened? Hold on a second. Let me give a quick reboot. Alright, I'm back. Looks like it's better now. That is so surreal. Mark Rosado says, hey guys, I missed the stream. I think yesterday's anyway. Nice to see you live now. You didn't miss my... Alright. Maybe I should get into it a little bit. That's up to you guys. If you wanna know what happened on yesterday's stream, that's up to you. I don't have to get into it if you don't want me to. We can just go on playing Phantom Dust and talking about JRPGs. Alright, so the first thing I'm gonna do is use all these aura particles. I think they're gonna... Do they want me to attack this Anthro guy? I guess so. There's two of them. Anthro and Claustro, but I gotta wait for... Okay. We got the Psycho Shell. Oh, they're ganging up on me. Okay, let's switch targets to this guy and sneak up on him. Got him. 5 damage. Sweet, sweet. Alright. Psycho Knife. Okay, that's a close... I'll check chat as soon as I finish this mission. Oh, can I dip into that pool over there? Or is that enemies only? I think that's the enemies only. When you see aura particles on the ground, just pick them up and use them. There's no reason not to. Looks like my partner's getting hammered up there. But I gotta wait for something like a spell. There we go. We got Psycho Blade. We got another one. Alright, we're good. We're gonna go get Claustro over here. Claustro doesn't seem to be doing too much damage either. I've got a partner. His name's Edgar. Wham! 2 damage. 5 damage. Okay. Psycho Blade is where it's at. We'll take out Claustro real quick. If I can catch up to him. He's fast. And because this is close quarters, Okay. Whoa! Okay, I didn't fall off. I didn't fall off. But I'm locked onto that dude. Okay, okay. I mean, the lock-on is a double-edged sword in this game because your enemy can sometimes lead you off a platform because of the way they're locked on. So we got Claustro down. We got Anthro to go. I think I got enough stuff to attack him with, so we're just going to go after him. Ooh, nailed him. That was perfect timing there. Okay, that's another 5. So you can cancel out their moves if you're quick enough. Even like the most weak move that you have in your arsenal can cancel them out of their attack animation. Dark Light 360, you can get into it if you want. I'm curious what has happened because I wasn't there. Mark Rosato says, today is today, so let's do this Phantom Dust. Dylan Lawrence says, previous stream recap, YouTube sucks at embedding, Sony ponies got butt hurt easily, and YouTube comments aren't the brightest crown in the box. Let's see. Rewind Video says, I want to try this game out still, but at the moment, I finally got Nier Automata. Did you get Nier Automata for the Xbox? There is Become as Gods edition that's included with Game Pass. So, check if you are even... you have the slightest interest in Game Pass, I highly recommend looking at the list of games. It is packed full of JRPGs and interesting games. It's not just like all Madden. It's not all just EA stuff. There's a ton of great games on there. Like the whole Dead Space trilogy is on there. We got Lost Planets on there, I think. Nier Automata, Tales of Vesperia. It's awesome. I don't know if I want to go for her yet. Oh, there's another big one too. PS4, okay. That's where I played it. It plays fine. I think it plays at 60 frames on PS4, so... yeah, but if you even have like a regular Xbox One, you can play Phantom Dust. Look at all those aura particles already in my deck there. That's nice. Yeah, you want to spam those as quick as possible because you want all your attacks to come out in your deck. Right now, the only thing I have in my deck is dash. So I can dash out of the way of an enemy's attack, but I can't attack back until I get something to spawn. Thankfully, I've got a partner over there, Edgar, who's distracting them until I can get my attack, so that's a barrier. We just need a red orb of some kind. We got another... I got like 10 mana going down. 11. So whatever... once those attacks spawn, I'll be able to spam them quite a bit. I think I'm drawing all my aura particles right now. Whatever. Once my attack finally draws, I really got to reorganize my deck. 14. I think I got every aura particle in there. Got another wall. I feel I'm protected, if anything. Jeez. Just loaded with all these particles. Impossible. There we go. We got Psycho Blade. That should be good for now. Psycho Blade's all I need. I don't have to get too deeply into deck building just yet. There is a certain point in Phantom Dust where you have to. This game will put you to task. I got Hyper Kick or Psycho Knife. Let's do Hyper Kick, just in case one of them's weak against it. Woo! I did a flying sidekick into his face. Nice, nice, nice. I'll get into a little bit of it. How about that, guys? I'll have a segment in here where we talk about yesterday. You just gotta hang with me. We're going to play a little video game. Enjoy the moment together. Oh, they took him out. Good. Okay. One of my partners took out that floating eyeball. Bam! Flying sidekick. Follow it into a psycho blade right there. That's how it's done. The cool thing about hyper kick is it doesn't stun your enemy, so it doesn't give them invincibility frames. So you can use it and then combo it with another one. That's a good reason to have some low-level stuff in your deck, because 7 is better than just 5. Ooh, I think I nailed him and also hurt myself in the process, but that's it. See, Phantom Dust starts to get really interesting. Oh, is there somebody else on the field now? Somebody else spawned in. Back up, back up, back up. All right. 10 HP. Okay, so that's what happened. I ran myself into a wall with that attack. I did a side kick into the wall, and I guess it did a little damage there. So I gotta be more careful. There we go. 2. And then a blade. That's it. That's Phantom Dust for you. Should I change the mood here? Since my hair light went out. I had a hair light. Let's change the mood. A little more Phantom Dusty right there. Some oranges, perhaps. There we go. That doesn't look too bad. Hello. Jonathan Spotswood with the $5 says, "Yo, Hikiko, thank you for streaming on my birthday. Somebody play Street Fighter with me. I'm working, though." Oh, you're working today? Well, that's sad. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. Congratulations on your job. I'm not good at Street Fighter. I'm good at charging characters, charge characters, and not much else. I'm more of a Darkstalkers guy. Rewind video. Are you going to get the medium when it's out? Yes. The medium is included in Game Pass. The medium is free, kind of. I paid $1 and got 3 months of Game Pass, so that includes the medium. It comes out on the 28th, so I'll be playing it then. And of course, so that was the game. That was another game that kind of pushed me over the edge to get a Series X, because Silent Hill inspired game with Yamaoka on the soundtrack. I played the Blair Witch and I wasn't too impressed with it, but I'm willing to give this company, what is it, Bluebird Team, the benefit of the doubt. That's the thing. If I love the game, this is weird. If I love the game, maybe they might share my video. If I don't like the game, they're never going to share it. That's the pressure you have as a content creator. Maybe I should just give it a good review. What do you think, guys? I told that to Tommy Tallarico the other day. Tommy Tallarico from G4. He has like a new system coming out called the Intellivision Amico. I think he bought the Intellivision license or something like that. He owns the brand now, and he's making this console that's retro inspired with a focus on the family. It's easy to pick up and play, and I don't know. It just, I don't want to trash a dude out there for having a dream, okay? But I just don't see any realistic pathway for this thing's success, the Intellivision Amico. when the Switch is out there on the market. I think the Switch is your biggest competitor in that kind of family-focused system. And if your product is maybe $100 different, I think most parents would just go for the Switch still, or a Switch Lite perhaps. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, he put out a video showing off like one of the games. One of the games was like Missile Command, and Missile Command's been around since the Atari era. It's been re-released 1,000 times, but this one has vector graphics or something like that. It looks like Geometry Wars on the 360 or the arcade. Anyway, so I told him, and I was honest with him. I said, Tommy, if you give me an Intellivision Amico, I will give you a good review. I told him I would give him a good review. And it's true, I will do that. If you want to give me a free system, you will get a good review in return. And I will be honest with my subscribers. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not just going to be deceitful, but I will give you a good review for giving me that thing. But I will also say you gave me that thing, and that's why you're getting a good review. Let's see here. I'm sorry, Chad. I had to tell my little story. We need another Darkstalkers re-release. Yeah, there's still one on the PS3 right now that you can get. And I think the 360. I'll have to check on Series X. Are you guys trying to get a game going together? A game of Street Fighter? Are these can icons Hassie drinks? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You want to figure out the Discord, Jonathan? I don't know if you use Facebook, right? I'll message you a Discord link up on Facebook. I'll do that. My Discord's like very low key. It really is just like a place of personal friends. And the reason I keep it that way is not because I'm afraid of any major thing. It's primarily just to keep children out of it. That's it. Like when you put out a Discord link, the first people who always show up are kids and stuff, and they start posting all their memes, and I don't know, they really ruin a server. Like my server's just kind of more adult focused. Like we have just more people around my age that are burnt out on all the BS in the gaming industry. We've lived through it. We know all the lies and half-truths of the gaming industry, and we begrudgingly show our half-hearted interest in games, mostly. That and, like, there's just some... I don't know how to say it, but there's also some people that are just very... Yeah. That's how I would describe them. There's just some people that are just... They don't fit into the dynamic of a server, and they really they either pick fights with people a lot and start drama for dumb shit that nobody wants. Like when people in my Discord, like my thing is like if I'm annoyed, then I know everyone else is annoyed, because I tend to have a high tolerance for shit overall, because I've been on the internet for a while. So I'm just like, I let things go. I'm like, yeah, whatever. But when it gets to the point where I'm annoyed, I know it's just like affecting the whole dynamic of the server, and I just tend to clean slate things a lot. Like just get fresh blood in every once in a while. There's nothing worse than adding kids. And the thing is, you can't tell. Like, unless somebody blatantly says, like, hey, I'm a kid, or something like that. You never know. But just based on their posting habits, you can tell, like, oh, this there's a child in here. Now everyone's like got to be on their best behavior, not say this or that, and or tolerate all the spam and stuff. And I try and just vet people, if you will, like not fiercely vet. Like I don't ask for your driver's license or whatever, but if I've seen you around for a while, like if I know you and I know you're cool, I let you in. That's just about it. It's just kind of like any other, like it's not, I don't consider my Discord like a public area like McDonald's or something, like where the doors are completely wide open and you get what you get, and you have to be nice to everyone, and you have to tolerate all their crazy behaviors and stuff, and how they start fights with each other. Oh, did I die? Yeah. I just kind of treat it like a club, if you will, like where friends hang out. So if you're in my Discord, it's usually because I've known you for some number of years, and I know you're going to be cool and get along with everyone else. Because there's nothing worse than having to be a mod. Nothing worse in this world than having to have the talk with people about something that may be like blatant to everyone else. Like it takes me back to like when I was a teacher, having to have a talk with a student that knows that they're doing something for attention or starting some shit, and you have to have that talk, and you're like, man, I really hate this part. And then that same person who knows that they've done something really bad holds this grudge forever. They take it personally and just goes on forever and ever and just doesn't stop. So that's why I kind of keep my Discord off. That, and I just don't like to get into the politics of Discord. Like I don't really care where you come from. I don't care what your politics are, really. It doesn't matter to me. For the most part, the people I encounter on the internet are faceless randoms, if you think about it. Like, of course, I'm going to encounter people that are different from me. So I don't get hung up on that, but I try and keep my server focused on the games and just keeping stuff happy. Because there's a lot out there to just be pissed off about. And it seems like every Discord server I go into that's not my own, just are people that vent and vent and vent and vent and talk about how miserable things are. And quite frankly, it's hard to be an ear for that all the time. And I don't know. If you're my friend, of course I'm going to hear you out. But if you just like show up and then you start going off on all these tangents about what's going on in the world and, I don't know, linking to all these articles and shit, like, get that shit out of here. I mean, isn't there a billion little Discord servers for politics? Isn't there a billion little places on Twitter where you can just be rewarded for being a reply guy 24/7? Like, go there. Like, Hikikomori Media is about the games. I only got time for the games. I just want to talk about games. So the people that are in my Discord server are really cool. I've known them for a while. They've had my back through thick and thin, and they're also content creators too. The people I talk with are making videos all the time, and we collaborate on stuff, and so yeah, there's a little bit of a vetting process, but it's not too strict. What did I say? Thanks, Akiko. Yes, you're welcome, Jonathan. Jonathan, I've probably known you longer than a lot of my Discord members, quite frankly. Ray Cortex, hey Hikiko. If there was an indie comic / manga that you wanted to be turned into a video game, what would you want it to be? Of course, I've already had an answer prepared for this. I was waiting for somebody to ask me this question. Thank you, Ray. Ray, my answer would be, of course, Big O. The Big O. The Big O. The Big O. Developed by From Software. That's my choice. I would want it to have a robust campaign, like exploring all the like little mysteries of Paradigm City, of course, as Roger, kind of like a Batman deal, if you will. More of the Roger side of things, like Roger and Dorothy going through things on the ground level, and then of course giant mech action, and then also some sort of multiplayer or PvP component to it. Like occasionally a giant robot or monster would invade the city, like in the middle of your game, and you could choose to fix it, or like fix the situation, or summon Big O, stop what you're doing and go and fight it, or something like that. That would be my pick, the Big O. Same soundtrack, of course, one of the best soundtracks of any anime. I've always liked the Big O, and I think the Big O is a good anime to get people who aren't really into anime. Like maybe they might like animated series, like cartoons. If they like Batman the animated series, if I even hear that come up, I recommend them the Big O. That was one of my first animes that I got into. It was like Yu Yu Hakusho, the Big O, Inuyasha and stuff. All your entry level stuff, Cowboy Bebop, Trigun, a lot of entry level stuff. But I think the Big O was always my favorite. But oh god, this guy can trap you on the ground. We need to Psycho Blade that. Let's see if I can do a Psycho Knife into a Psycho Blade. Okay, that doesn't stun, so we can chain that together. That's good. That's good. You wanna chain attacks. Maybe I can do like a snap. Okay, so snap's my long range. We'll do a Psycho Blade or knife into a blade. We got him. We got him. I remembered I was playing this game. Oh no. Oh no. I got a problem on my hands. I don't have any healing whatsoever. I do have a psychic wall, so ooh, he got me. I need to build my deck. I need to have some way to heal myself. I'm going to do game over so we can go into deck building. See if I can buy any healing items. Yeah, Armored Core. I mean, they already have the experience. The closest thing to the Big O, there's a game. There does exist a Big O adjacent game. It's called RAD, Robot Alchemic Drive, on the PS2. That is the closest thing to the Big O out there. It plays really weirdly. It's hard to describe, but you have your analog sticks, and your analog sticks do the arms, like all the piston punches and the blocks, and then you do stuff like this to do like a chest laser. Robot Alchemic Drive is the closest thing to a Big O game out there. Rad. That's right. Thank you, Hikiko. God bless. God bless you. Howdy, Justin. Welcome. I'm seeing a lot of Hassy cans. I'm seeing a lot of HMs in there. We got channel members. Channel memberships. We're almost at a new level, by the way. I think if I get a couple of more channel memberships, we get to increase the level. And through the upgrade, I get more emojis, emotes that I can make in chat. So that'll be fun. And I'll design them myself. I design them myself all the time. So right now, if you have a Hassy can, if you have the HM, you can post some custom emotes that I've designed in there. One of which is a Hassy can. Show me Hassy cans in chat. Show them what they can earn. And it also supports the channel, so thank you for that. Flame Sword. Reduce the target's aura to 0. That would be cool. Triple lasers. I'm satisfied with my attacks. I just need something that's going to help me heal in the middle of battle. It can get rough when you're off against 2 opponents. There we are. Oh my god, they found the new DSP emote. I just added that. Hey, we got Caption Panic 98 with the $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Caption Panic 98. Check out their Instagram. Check out Instagram. I think it's Caption Panic 98. Eli. Thank you, Eli. They make great artwork. Did you ever watch Hikikomori? I recommend giving it a try. I have not watched it yet. Isn't that Ultimate Muscle? Wait a second. Isn't Hikikomori Ultimate Muscle over in the West? If that's what I think it is, then yes, I've seen some of it. There was also an Ultimate Muscle game for the PlayStation 2. When I was in Tokyo, I went into a store that was dedicated to Hikikomori. I think that's what it's called. The Ultimate Muscle. There was an Ultimate Muscle store in Odaiba, Japan. There's a mall called Diver City. And I think on the second floor of Diver City, there's a Hikikomori store. I wonder if I have a photo of that somewhere. Yeah, okay, Caption. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I am familiar with it, and I have seen some of it. I've also played the games and stuff. I'm more familiar with the games. Jonathan, if you're still here, we had a manager back at GameStop who collected all the Ultimate Muscles. I don't think he watched anime, and I don't even know if he was aware of the anime itself, but he collected all the Ultimate Muscles. I think he brought some to work one day, and he showed me some of his Hikikomori collection. I don't have any healing stuff in my deck, so we're just going to have to brute force it. Thank you so much for the super chat. Go check out Caption Panic 98's Instagram. I kid you not, if you're a fan of any of the games that I review on my channel, like the underground Japanese games, the B-side stuff, Caption Panic does really cool illustrations that are more like in the old Nintendo artwork, I would say. Kind of like the more simpler style, more bright and upbeat. I noticed on their Instagram that they had one of Splatter Master. Splatter Master was one of the Simple Series games I covered. And by the way, one of the most successful videos I've ever done is not on Hikikomori Media. It's on my backup channel, the archives. I did the first, I guess, long play of Splatter Master that showed off the hidden ending. I was the first one to do that. And where you get the unlockable costume, and I think it's like there's a special stone that you get. And so yeah, go check that out. Go check out Caption Panic's Insta. They have a lot of really cool artwork, and they update like every day. Yeah, hold on a second. Some guy named Triangle. Yo, I'm a bit late. What game is this? By the way, love your content, bro. Thank you, Triangle guy. Triangle man. This is Phantom Dust. I showed it off in my latest video. Go check that out. Right now I'm building up my mana pool. If you're just joining, this is Phantom Dust. It's like an action card game where all your stuff populates on the field and you have opponents. It's multiplayer online. I'm playing the single player mode right now because I'm out of practice. But I will play some multiplayer eventually. But right now I'm building up all my mana, which is in the bottom right. You use the mana to channel these spells that are in your deck, and then you just like blow people up and blow up like the whole area that you're fighting in, the whole arena. I'm waiting on a shield. There we go. I want to make sure I have a shield before I start going after this guy. I got 10 mana. We're good to go. Oh! This dude is like right up on me. Okay. He wasn't a bad guy. He was actually my partner. He's chasing somebody else. Whoa! Okay, I blocked it. Good. That's why you need a wall. The thing is, you don't want to get two guys coming after you at one time, because they will just spam hit you. Okay, so you can see how the road, the highway up top, blocked his magic attack. But I have to go back. So your cards only spawn in one place, I believe. So I have to kind of go back and revisit, because I don't really have the best loadout right now. Snap is a terrible move. I'm going to remove it from my deck. But I got Psycho Blade. That's perfect. I can change. We'll try out High Speed Punch. I haven't done that yet. I believe for this new version, so this is a... Ooh, shit. This is a new version of Phantom Dust that was released in 2017. It's an HD remaster. It's free. It's free. It's an HD remaster, but I think they added unique skills, or at least skills that were supposed to be included in the original, but got cut. So it has additional content compared to the original Xbox version. It's really fun, too. I thought I would hate this kind of game. Like, I typically don't play a lot of multiplayer games, unless it's like Team Fortress or Left 4 Dead. But I like this. And I think it's because there's so much versatility in the deck building, and the destructible environments are fun. And once you get some high-level skills that just destroy most of the map. And online, when I played it back then, it can go two ways. Like, you could be playing up against somebody who's at your skill level, or just top class and get smoked, and you're like, oh man, I didn't even get to draw one card and they're already coming at me. So I hope it's not as crazy. Like, since the matchmaking is back on Xbox Live, I hope it's more intelligent matchmaking. Wham! Oh, he got me with that. Yeah, he's got all of his barriers out. High speed punch! High speed punch! I'm trying to get him with that haymaker. Ooh! And I'm missing. That's probably because it's a mid-range attack. Like, I dash into it, so let's try that again. Oh! He got me. High speed punch! I knocked him off the map. When you knock somebody off the map, it does a few damage there, so that's also a viable strategy. Nice. Alright, chat. Yeah, we got broken emoji mechanics. Yeah, I added the pig roach. I think that's what it's called. It's Pig Champ. Old DSP. DSP gave everyone permission to use it. He made the emote himself. So I'm going to honor him. I'm going to bless him by including him in my super chats. Akimbo was taken. Is spy fiction worth playing? I gave up on it after the FK mission. That's a good question. there's some fun things, like Spy Fiction overall is a pretty fun game once you get like more of the weird gadgets and stuff. Like, on its face, it's not the best game. It barely holds a candle to Metal Gear. Like, I wouldn't even put it in the same camp. But I would say overall, if you're interested in Swery's work, it's worth playing through at least once. I prefer Extermination. I think Extermination is a solid, like, what is it, 6th generation survival horror game. Was one of my first PS2 games. So if you're looking for something in the third-person shooter vein, Extermination all day. Spy Fiction's just a little too rough around the edges. I think Deadly Premonition's better than Spy Fiction. I would say, like, in terms of tiers, Spy Fiction would be on the low Swery tier for me. But you're right. It has a lot of bullshit things that about stealth games that I do not like. Like, even with Metal Gear, I'm not a huge fan of the stealth component until you start getting interesting gadgets and distractions and things like that. When the game starts opening up and you can interact with your environment, it's kind of what I appreciate the most about Kojima's games, is there's a very good attention to the environment and what you choose, like how you choose to infiltrate is more fun than the actual infiltration itself. Oh, that was an easy mission. Nice. Yes, Triangle Guy. What do you want me to call you, Delta? Should I call you Delta? Triangle Guy, this game is free. And if you want my opinion on it, besides my own, I also made a video that includes it in there. I wouldn't even call Extermination a flawed game. It's got everything you would expect in a survival horror game. It's just a little bit more difficult than your standard fare survival horror, for sure, because of the infection mechanic. You have to be cognizant of how infected Dennis is, I believe his name is. And you gotta constantly know where the enemy's weak points are and stuff, but I think it's solid. I would say it's an 8 in terms of early PS2 games and survival horror. It's high. Oh, Phantom Dust. I need to play this. I've got Game Pass Ultimate for 3 months. What's your name? Bafudine? Bafudine, it's free. So even if you lose Game Pass Ultimate, you can still have the game, and it's free to play. All the single-player campaign is free. So just get it for free and keep it forever. That's one thing I forgot to mention in my video. Coming from being a Sony guy for the past decade or so, PlayStation Plus is a terrible deal. But might I add that PlayStation Plus compared to Xbox Live Gold is such a terrible deal. Here are the benefits of PlayStation Plus. You get to play online. All right. Okay. Well, that's like a standard on everything else. You get to play online. You get cloud saving for your save files, but it's a very small capacity. If you're playing a game like Little Big Planet and it uploads to the cloud, that's your whole fucking cloud. So you're screwed there. The game selection used to span like multiple consoles. They used to like incorporate PS3, PS4, PS Vita. Now it's mostly just PS4. I think there's been like a couple of PS5 games now. Now they've shifted. And the thing is about PlayStation Plus is they can remove those games at any time, and they can remove those games if your subscription lapses. Okay? Meanwhile, on Xbox Live Gold, when you have Xbox Live Gold, when they put out a game for free on Gold, you keep that forever. So as long as it doesn't matter if your subscription service is gone and you don't have Xbox Live Gold, you keep that game forever. You can download it again. So I just don't know, like, how do you argue against that deal? I could not pass that up. And for $15 a month, I get Game Pass Ultimate, Xbox Live Gold, an EA Pass, and really I don't... EA Pass is kind of cool for Dead Space and Shadows of the Damned and Alice Madness Returns and stuff like that. But you're getting fleeced with PlayStation Plus. Unless they... I mean, here's what they could have done, I think. How many people are actually out there with that PlayStation streaming service? You know what I'm talking about? What do they call it? PS Now? How many people are actually using PS Now? And correct me if I'm wrong, but is PS Now streaming only? If it's streaming only, that's a terrible deal. If they allow you to download local files, like local files of the game, so you can load it off your own hardware, then that's the horrible deal even still. But they've separated that. PlayStation Plus and PS Now are two separate subscription services. There's no value to the gamer, I think. I have to say, overall, I'm super pleased with Microsoft this generation. I had kind of the wool, my what is it, your fanboy blindness, if you will. I had the wool over my eyes for a long time. And Sony's been very cocky, and I don't know, it just feels like I'm getting left out with their services. There was like no major reward. Here's the reward. You want to know what happened within the first month that I had PlayStation Plus? Within the first month I had PlayStation Plus, Sony got hacked. Do you guys remember the great PS3 hack, the great PSN hack? That's what happened. Their services went down for like a month and a half, maybe 2 months. So my dumbass had paid up front during that time. I couldn't even use it. I don't know. I'm done defending terrible practices and terrible values. You gotta face it right now. Digital is in. Digital's gonna be around. Last generation was a little too soon, I think, for the whole not everyone has internet, all that stuff. I'm going to go full Don Matrick here. I think there's nothing wrong with having more of an online presence or going for digital games. I'm not going to shame anyone for having digital games or choosing to go digital. Here are my options as somebody who collects physical media. My options are now GameStop, Amazon, or Walmart. I've got no other ma and pa shops around me. Not at all. Those are the 3 places. So I can either I can get a digital version and deal directly with the developer and publisher, or I can go through a middleman like GameStop, who I really don't want to support at all. Get a physical copy. That physical copy, by the way, is the 1.0 version. It's always the 1.0 version of the game that's all glitched out, needs a day one patch as it is, right? Am I crazy for saying this? But is it a futile affair to get a physical disc nowadays? Unless it's like a limited run, the game's been out for a while, it has all the patches on the disc, that's fine. But is there a reason to get a game at launch if that same day I have to update that game anyways? I don't know. Either that or the servers have got... Here's the worst scenario. The servers have gone down for this game. Okay? I can no longer get any updates for it. I'm left with the 1.0 version of the game on the disc. Like, either way, you're pretty much screwed. The only feasible option in my mind is homebrew, soft modding. Modding your system and keeping the game alive through preservation, maybe piracy. No, maybe homebrew, at least. I think that's where I'm more leaning towards. Like, physical media is temporary. Your body is temporary, you know? You can't rely on that stuff forever. And it takes up a lot of space too. I'm at that point in my life where I'm like, I've collected, I've done it. I have rare stuff in my collection. I have some bragging rights if I wanted to go down that road. Ooh, is this the healing stuff? Yes. Yes. I needed this. I needed this so badly. We'll get 2 for my deck. Anyway, I just think a lot of people like to hear themselves argue about things, but don't think about the whole issue. Like, there's other pieces to this than beyond just having an internet connection or not owning something. Like, really, do you really own something if you have a physical disc? Like, if you had a copy of Cyberpunk, if you purchased a copy of Cyberpunk and you're like, I have the physical copy, I own Cyberpunk, but there's going to be 100 updates afterwards. Do you really own that copy of Cyberpunk? Do you own a portion of it? Maybe it's emblematic of a bigger problem, but I mean, like, even physical games are kind of worthless in my mind as it is. I remember back in my day when a game was done and it just came out complete. But, yeah. At this point, you might as well give in. Am I right? Might as well just throw your hands up in the air and say it's over. The war is over. Digital is now. At least that's how I see it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. What's up, BioPhoenix is in here. He says, yeah, that would suck for most AAA games. I'm sure by the time those services go down, there would be a way to back it up. That's what I'm saying. Like, by the time the servers go down, there's typically some sort of homebrew method to get this, if there's not already a PC version of said game. There's fan servers. I mean, it sucks that we often have to pick up the mantle and, like, fix these problems, but that's kind of what we've come to expect nowadays. And that even, like, extends to the homebrew community and the translation community. Just, we have to resign to the fact that sometimes there's not going to be a company that's going to find a way to make these old games profitable in the modern era. Oh, I'm only limited to 2 schools? Ooh, that's bad. That's bad. That means I can't equip healing water. Yeah, let me replace with... Okay, so I can't use stuff from multiple schools, so I may have to build an earth deck. So we'll replace that. Let me build an earth deck. The Dark Lave says, games have become like the ship of Theseus. That's a really deep cut. That's a deep cut analogy there. They sure have. Delta says, I think that's just the comfort of having something physical as proof. I don't know. I know the feeling, dude. I totally get it. I totally get having something from your childhood or having like physical proof. Like I have solid proof that I supported this game. But I don't know. I don't think it's an answer against digital itself, because digital is still a part of the equation when it comes to physical games. Unless you're getting like a Game of the Year edition, unless you're getting like a really late release of some kind with all the patches on the disc, it just seems futile is what I'm saying. Like you're going to eventually, all those people out there that are banging on pots out in the middle of the street, okay, there's all these controversy merchants that are consumer advocates, all those same guys still buy into the system. I guarantee. All the same people that complain about how the terrible consumer practices are going this way, well, they've supported the system. They did. I guarantee they don't wait. Like nobody is out there living by their morals, if you will. They're not sticking to their guns. Boycott, I like, as much as like the principle of voting with your wallet is noble, I believe in it. I certainly do. It's really hard to follow through with. Because for everything that you boycott, that you don't buy, there's 20 guys who aren't following the news, that there are 20 people that don't really care, that just want to play game, that will do it anyway. I don't know. Seems kind of defeatist. I get it. It seems defeatist in my mind, but it seems like we're locked into the system and it ain't going anywhere, is what I'm trying to say. Ooh, the flame sword. We're going to get that in the deck. We're going to get... I got to get everything from 2 different schools. Bullet of Fire is really, really good to have. Okay, so we got Psychic. I got to get rid of these 2. I've got Wall of Fire, Glacial Wall. Okay. Dash, we can replace it with Healing Water. We'll get a couple of Healing Waters in there, and we'll be good to go. I don't know. I just tend not to like follow. Every week there's a new controversy. Every week there's new flavor of the week, hot button issue. Like for me, I guess Cyberpunk was the most recent controversy. I never built it up in my head. To me, Cyberpunk always seemed like a I don't know, a generic RPG kind of game to me. Like there wasn't anything terribly unique about it. There's been other Cyberpunk or futuristic style games. There's been other open world style games like that. It just seemed kind of standard to me. So I never put it up on a pedestal to begin with. So I just didn't care. It's funny. Some of all the glitches and stuff are funny. I definitely watched the Kroby Cat compilation of other people's footage. I certainly watched that compilation video. But to me, I think there's bigger tragedies going on. The stories that hurt the most are the ones that happen, I think, to the smaller businesses that have been strong-armed out of the gaming industry, either due to the pandemic or due to not getting enough exposure. Those are the stories I care about. Because like a whole bunch of people went out and bought a game at launch, and I don't want to blame the victims here, but at a certain point you do need to know better not to rush out and buy games that trying to sell you the world up front. Like it's kind of like the Ubisoft dilemma, if you will. Every time Ubisoft comes out there with a brand new game and they're making all these wide promises and stuff like that, and then it comes out like Watch Dogs or something, at a certain point, where is it the company's fault for being a company for trying to make money? At a certain point, like, the consumer also has a part in this dilemma. Everyone has a role to play, if you will. The Dark Light 360, yeah, the loss of middleware developers who fizzle out. Jonathan Spotswood says, I agree, Cyberpunk didn't catch me either. Buffoodine Xenoblade X did everything Cyberpunk couldn't, and then some. My only criticism of Xenoblade Chronicles X is the multiplayer could have been better. The whole passive multiplayer shit, like server missions, that was the worst. They should have just stripped out multiplayer entirely instead of this half-ass stuff that they did. That was a disappointment. Hello, Ferris Nagatome. What's up? Long time no see. Long time no see. Ferris says, I'll admit, I was into the Cyberpunk 2027 hype, but I stopped hyping myself up for it mid-2020. The problems with the game were leaked. Yeah. And I'm not going to give CD Projekt Red the full green light here. What they did was bad and shady, and the embargoes they put on all the developers, like, oh, we only show off this pre-selected footage. And here's another thing that's not being looked at in this whole situation is, if you're a journalist, if you're a game journalist, I don't know any myself. I wouldn't consider myself a journalist or a reviewer. I wouldn't consider myself either of those things. I'm just a guy. Just a guy on the internet that makes videos. But if you are, and if you've ever agreed to those conditions, if you've ever agreed to the conditions of a developer that says, oh, you can only show off this version of the game. You can only show off this amount of minutes, the first 5 minutes of the game. If you can only do that, if you agree to those stipulations for a review copy, then you're part of it. You are part of the problem. You're giving them all this power and free reign to manipulate the market. And I mean, there's certainly people that are, they will react and they will be excited about anything, and it'll just be kind of your stock response, like, the game's fine, the game works for me, the game good, game real good, I don't understand, and they're easily bought. I mean, I tend not to like go to these sources and trust them, because if they've ever agreed to any of those conditions, they're working for the developer at that point. They're bought and paid for. And some people are like, well, they got no choice. They got no choice. If they didn't have the review copy, then they couldn't make the review, and then their business is destroyed. They could also choose not to review the game. Like some of the reviewers out there said, hey, I can't review this game until this certain date because they put all these rules in place, and they chose not to. And I think that's also important. I think, I mean, you can't, like, what other industry do you hear that? You can't review this restaurant. You can only review the appetizer at this restaurant. You can only leave a Yelp review about the crab ragoons. What the fuck does that mean? You can only... It's like a movie. You can't talk about the general outcome of the thing. You can't talk about the amount. Only about the first 5 minutes. You can only talk about the trailer of this movie. Okay? The cleverly hand-selected bits of this movie. If you ever once took a deal, like wherever you held yourself to some fucking embargo's rules, you're part of the problem. You're letting this happen to the industry. So as I said, It's a hydra with many heads. There's a lot of problems in the gaming industry, but it's because the shills ruin a lot of it for us too. The shills ruin a lot. The developers set rules for the shills, and the shills just say, yeah, that sounds fair. I get free copy? That sounds fair. I get game before anyone else gets game? Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it in a fucking second. I'll do it. Would you like a hand job too? I'll do that. Let me be first. That's exactly what's going on. I don't know. It's hard to find the truth in all. You guys ever heard the term white noise before? It's based on a novel that I had to read for college. But with the advancement of technology and the ability for media to hit you everywhere where you live, like on your phone, in your car, on your television, on the internet, in your entertainment, when you're unable to divorce yourself from that or escape from the media, you start to believe that the media is reality. You start to believe that the thing you're seeing before you is life or death. You know, it has some real impact. But you don't ever get the full story of things. You get half-truths. Like what was it? Naked Lunch. You get like somebody else's filter. You're always getting somebody else's point of view. And typically whoever is first out of the gate is the one that's leading the narrative on these things. I would say trust your heart first. Always listen to your heart. Like, ask yourself, like, is it really that big of a deal before you start going out there? And I have trouble doing this myself. Like, I tend to get roped up and stuff. There's a lot of things to be mad about nowadays. And I get roped up into things, and I want to go out there and be a hot penis and say something. But that's not always the best approach. I think there's a degree of patience is needed to survive in this day and age. Like, wait for all the story to come out. Wait for the patches to come out. Go in at the price you want to pay, and shut off the shills. You know, the shill, and don't let them fool you either. Don't let the shills fool you. Don't let the trolls fool you. Don't let them fool you either. The shills out there love a good controversy. They love it. They would want nothing more than a fucking broken game that was hyped up to just fall into their fucking lap. Gives them the coom. It sets off their coom. Gives them the ultimate coom. Because they know not only do they get to make the video about it, but they also get the money too. It's a symbiotic relationship, okay? When the bad game comes out, the coom cometh. Okay? They want it. They've been waiting for it. They've been edging this whole time. And then finally, here comes Cyberpunk, and it lays. Here it is, boys. Take a hit of this. They open up that plastic clamshell of the PS4 version. This is going to be a great coom. This is a great vintage for coom. They hear it. They hear the trickling, the pitter-patter on their apartment roof, their flat, their one-room flat in New York. They hear it, the pitter-patter of all the pennies from heaven dropping on their apartment. Oh, yeah, the coom's coming. The big coom. That's what the shills are doing out there, man. They don't give a fuck about you. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you. They wanted this. They prayed for this. They didn't want Cyberpunk to be an awesome game. Nobody wants a good news day on the fucking internet, on YouTube. No, that's not what they want. They want the coom parade. They bought their best Kleenexes and their Jergens in preparation for this day. I'm getting owned on this one. I think it's because all my opponents have reflective gear on. I do love that new game smell, says Akimbo was taken. Yes, I do. I do too. Back when games had instruction booklets in there, that fresh ink and the plastic shell all coming together. Yeah, that is a good smell. Sadly true, says BioPhoenix. It's just like any news story. It's like any other shit. It is. Maybe it's cheap heat. Maybe it's. I mean, they want the fire to keep going. They want the fire to keep going. And people feed into it. People like it. They like. You know, nobody likes a success story. That's the thing. People get jealous at a success story. Like, everything went right. Everything went right in this guy's life. He won the gold medal. It's like, but he worked and dedicated his life to this cause and things. He made a difference in the world. No, they want to see that fucking guy who at the starting line, he started running and then he tripped over the first hurdle and then just boom, cracked his leg open and the bone and the sinew from the muscle tissues coming out. You can see it. They want to see that. They want to see that. They don't want to see the gold medal. They want to see the broken leg. And I don't blame them. I mean, that's also entertaining too. That's also pretty that's entertainment, boys. But yeah, like I don't get wrapped up into too much hype. The hype that I get into is just for the little things. Like, oh, this developer who's been in retirement for 3 years or 10 years is coming out. They're going to give it another try. This director who made a movie that I really enjoyed is making this independent thing. I'm going to go check that out. Or this is a brand new genre, something that hasn't been done before, and no one's talking about it. Why not? Like, that's more of my angle with things. Yeah, I mean, it's important to have an angle, a style, a subject matter. But lately, it's just been kind of preservation. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm interested most in. It's like, how do you what's the best way to play an old game in the modern day, and just the new things about it. So like the Series X was I gotta be honest with you guys. The more I started reading about the Series X and seeing all the modifications that could be done to it and RetroArch and how it enhanced these old games, like, it was a dream come true. It was a dream come true. I think I'm not necessarily always excited for new games out there because new games are following a formula oftentimes of an older game. And oftentimes the older game still holds up. And new ways for it to hold up is what excited me the most about the Series X. Putting backwards compatibility up front and not being ashamed of it. If you didn't watch my PlayStation Classic, I made a PlayStation 2 Classic video, and if you didn't watch that, there's a quote up front where the CEO of Sony's entertainment division said he took a look at these old PS2 games. Like, he was like looking at Gran Turismo 2, and he was looking at some other old PS2 and PS3 games and PS1 games, and he said, look at these graphics. Like, look how rough these look. Why would anyone want to play these? And it just, like, blew my mind how tone deaf and ignorant the guy was about the whole issue of preservation of history and respecting your history and tracing the lineage of, like, how ideas are formed. And I mean, there's still good ideas left out there in the past that could be repurposed and touched up for the modern era, like maybe games that were ahead of their time in some respect that were just released at a terrible time where people couldn't comprehend what was going on and just weren't more receptive to like Japanese games and stuff like that. But I think Japanese games are more popular than they've ever been, although there are fewer more experimental ones. But like the Soul series was probably like one of the first major breakthroughs into the mainstream that just took me by surprise. I think people are more receptive to Japanese stuff in anime and Eastern style than they've ever been before. And I think it's also important to educate people about where it all got started. And try not to be a contrarian douche about it. Like, that's also my other thing is there are people that are like, oh, I was into it first. If you're ever, like, I want to stop you there. Like, if you're ever one of those guys that get mad whenever the mainstream gets into your stuff or whatever, you need to realize that they're very important to keeping your stuff alive. Like your hobby. I mean, eventually it may come to a point of saturation. I did go on this tangent one time before, but I think it's you wanna welcome people. Okay, you catch a lot more flies with honey, if you will. You want to welcome people into your niche, if you will. I'm gonna rebuild my deck. This deck is garbage. You want to be more welcoming and try and educate them on like where it all got started, you know. And I think that's also what we're seeing now with the Series X is they have that open approach that I think no other system does. Not even Nintendo. I think Microsoft's approach is to get more people gaming. And that's healthy. That's healthy for the whole industry. And for them to like license out their characters to be in Smash Brothers and to put Cuphead on different platforms and to put Ori in the Blind Forest and then to like do cross-play with Microsoft or Sony and PC and just open up the gates. And then they also like even down to like the more handicap and disability side of things, like making custom controllers so people with disabilities can play games. You know, things they don't have to do, but they do. And Sony's like more close-minded, I think, in how they do things. They want exclusivity. They want to be the one-stop shop for this particular thing. Where Microsoft's like, we just want you to play games anywhere, any way you feel comfortable. And I think that's the mindset, and including RetroArch now, even though I don't think they specifically endorse RetroArch, I think that's the mindset that I appreciate most about Microsoft is, you know, they're not out there trying to shut it down at the same time. They're just like, okay, well, you can play your old games if you want. And the Series S, too. I think the Series S is a better deal than the PS4 Digital Edition overall. Game Pass is a phenomenal deal. I hope it doesn't change. I mean, we're still very early into it all, but if I had to pick between any of the companies and how they're handling things right now, I think it would be Microsoft, Nintendo, Sony in that order. Out of the big three, I'm very impressed with what I've seen from Microsoft. Let's see here. We're talking about soul hackers in there. How do we get talking about soul hackers? Microvic, I built this. This is a card game. This is an action card game. You build a deck. And in that deck are your powers, essentially. It's a deck of powers. Santi Puri says, I have friends at 18 or 19 years that just want to play old games because they didn't have them the time of their childhood. Yeah, that's a good point. That's why you're seeing stuff like GameCube in the retro market. The GameCube's taken off. All these kids are discovering GameCube games, and I mean, we're about to hit the 360 PS3 Wii U generation, maybe. Maybe that'll come up soon. You can pretty much get the entire Wii U library on the Switch now, though. But yeah, people are rediscovering a lot of good stuff. I don't really like this Earth deck, even though it has healing on there. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this Psychic side of things. And, no, I do like the Psycho Blade. I take that back. Maybe I'm just having bad luck. I hear an old man who wants attention outside. There's an old man who wants attention. He wants to come in. I don't know if you can hear that. This one's 3 cost. We'll do Rock Shot. I'll just add a couple more. I also had problems like drawing some particles in there, but we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll just add one more so I can get lucky. Akimbo was taken. This is my Streamly message stating, I just wish for God Hand too. Mikami, God Hand. Let me pour a little tea here. We'll have a little God Hand talk real quick. We're gonna crack open my artillery round. The artillery round that I call my thermos. I made some tea yesterday. A spot of tea? Anything from the trolley, dear? It's my extremely British accent. There we go. The thermos is one of the best gifts I've ever been given in my entire life. It's so useful. I love hot drinks. What can I say? I love hot drinks. I do a lot of streaming. I talk a lot. So God Hand was Mikami's brainchild. And he did it under Clover Studios. He wanted to make more games that... Hold on. Let me fix this. My pop filter is going crazy. He wanted to make more games that had like franchise potential, new IPs. That was the whole goal of Clover Studios, was to make more franchise, like kind of like the Capcom 5, just to branch off that. Starting off with like a whole bunch of low budget projects that it would eventually grow. So from Clover, you saw Okami, you saw God Hand. Was Beautiful Joe in there? I'm not sure if Beautiful Joe was in there. Project number 3, or is that the Capcom 5? Anyways, Capcom wasn't too happy about Mikami's shift to new IPs. Like, they wanted him to keep making Resident Evil. Just keep making the same thing. Just make the same thing. Make the same thing, make us money. Same reason, by the way, Okamoto wanted out of Capcom. You guys got to realize, Okamoto was at the top of the pyramid. He was damn near in the top. I guess there was like a couple of guys above him, but Okamoto just was fed up with Capcom during that generation. He's like, I don't want to be trapped in this purgatory of making Street Fighter and making Resident Evil and stuff, and he flew the coop. Mikami, instead of quitting outright, he's like, well, let me make this little junior branch within Capcom. And in this junior branch, we're going to do a whole bunch of new IPs and fun stuff. And God Hand is one of the more low-budget titles out of the Clover Studios branch. And it's so... he just did what he wanted. It's funny. It puts a lot more freedom in the player's hands because you customize your moveset. And it's closest to like an anime game without being an actual licensed anime game. Like, it feels like what it would be like to be inside an anime world as a hero, doing all these high flying things and shooting people up into the sun. And it's sold horribly in Japan. And I don't want to like lump all Japanese games together or gamers together, but Japan is like a very flavor of the week kind of thing. They they like long-running franchises, and now I guess it's more mobile games, but a lot of Japanese games, believe it or not, sell better in the West than they do in Japan. And sadly, that was the case for God Hand. There's some other drama behind the scenes, like because they kept wanting to push Mikami back towards Resident Evil, and he's just like, peace out, guys. I'm going to make my own thing. Went with Bethesda, formed Tango Gameworks. Actually, the first thing he did was he formed a company called Straight Story, and he worked on Vanquish with Hideki Kamiya in Platinum. So that was the first thing he did. Then I think he worked on Shadows of the Dam just after. Then he made Tango Gameworks. Mikami is awesome. I have nothing but great respect for Shinji Mikami. The guy knows how to have a good time. And The Evil Within is one of the most phenomenal survival horror games. My only complaint is that it just goes on for a little bit too long. That's the only criticism I would levy against the first Evil Within, is it's just incredibly too long for a survival horror game. Survival horror games, I think, 5 or 6 hours max. The Evil Within can be, I don't know, 15 hours perhaps, maybe longer. It felt very long, and you don't want that to happen in your survival horror game. You wanna spread out the scares, if you will. You want to keep the tension up, and it's hard to do that for a very long time. Hey, Akimbo was taken. Thank you so much for joining the members. Welcome to the... You got all them stickers now. You're one of us. You got a badge. You got a members only badge. So welcome. Now you get all the emotes and you get the custom design. J-Man says God Hand is still one of my personal favorites. Has a big cult following for a reason. Well, it had a following back during the time of the game. At least I remember you guys remember the God Hand comics? There was like a 4-panel God Hand comic way back in the day. Like, I think it was on 4chan mostly, so you probably don't remember it. But it was a pretty big meme during the time. It's like, I'm the fist of the motherfucking North Star, is what the name of the comic was. The God Hand edits. Bitberg Blevins says, are mods able to check if my main account is on filter? I don't know if I have any mods in here, except for maybe BioPhoenix. I don't know. BioPhoenix, I'm not sure. BioPhoenix, are you able to check? I don't think so. I think I'm the only person who can. I don't recall filtering anyone recently. I have filtered some people in the past for spam. For spam and shit. YouTube also does some auto moderation things too that I don't have control over. Yeah, BioPhoenix says he doesn't see anything like that. Bitberg, what's your main account name? What's your main account name, Bitberg? I'll check it out after the stream. Just let me know. Wow, says Akimbo was taken. Where the heck is this mission? I gotta do all the little conversation things to unlock the new mission. You know, typical triggering a flag stuff. There it is. Okay. Yeah, this is the one that I'm getting tripped up on. Andrew Erickson? Andrew? I recognize your name. Andrew, I don't think your account would be filtered. I see you in chat all the time, man. I wouldn't filter you. It could be a YouTube thing. You guys know from the last stream how upset I am by some of these things that are happening on YouTube with the glitches, and it's killing a lot of things. So Andrew, I'm gonna have to check and see what happened with that. I personally did not block you or filter you, so, and I don't think any of my mods did. My mods usually tell me if they had to block somebody, but they usually don't. Everyone who comes in is typically cool, so it's not a common occurrence is what I'm saying. When that stuff happens, I find out about it pretty quickly, and then we just get to the bottom of it. And I've also had people like DM me before. They're like, hey, why am I blocked? And I look into it, and I'm like, dude, I have no idea why you're blocked. I really don't. And I unblock them. That's really all it takes, so. So, Andrew, if you're following me on Twitter, send me a DM to remind me. If you're on my Discord, you can message me there. I'll look into it after the stream. I'm sorry that happened, because I've seen you in chat quite a bit. Ooh, got him with that Psycho Blade, finally. Oh, but I got the other guy coming at me too. Like, they're just tearing into my HP. It's insane. Ooh, that was bad. That was bad. I need more mana. I really do. If I'm going to survive this fight, I've got to get a healing water going. If you're just joining me, I'm playing Phantom Dust. I'm having a lot of people joining me at different times, so just trying to keep everyone in the loop of what's going on. This is Phantom Dust. It's an action card game, even though it doesn't look like a card game. It's like a real-time competitive card game, and it's pretty tough now because maybe it's the deck I built, but the deck I built is more psychic and earth. Two contrasting elements. But I'm also like getting bad draws up front. Like, you can get some bad hands. But I got some shields, so now that I have the shields, I can just kind of wait out, camp, build up my deck a little bit, get it to a nice spot. Yeah, but I've been having a lot of weird problems with YouTube lately. The primary one is I can't embed my videos on Twitter. No one knows what's going on. Apparently it's like a big problem now. Enough to where they're looking into it, but I just don't know. It has me nervous. It can severely affect my reach, we'll put it that way. And it's a really big part of my, like, I went into all the nitty-gritty yesterday or whatever, the day before, but it's a really big part of my channel, is to being able to blast out my stuff on my own personal account. Like, my own personal account, I don't do anything crazy on my Twitter account, okay? I'm not going out there being a reply guy or causing any shit. My Twitter is specifically for promoting the channel and replying to people who message me. It's just a way to contact me. And taking away embedding has been a big issue. So that's one of the problems. There's some other problems going on with YouTube at the moment, and it's just not looking good. So I'll keep you guys in the loop. I'll let you know what happens. Alright, I need that sword. Give me the sword. That's a rock shot. Well, I could try that. We'll try the rock shot. I don't know how far it goes, though. Okay. As I said, the lock-on's like a double-edged sword here. Oh, that's a lock-on only mechanic there. Okay. He had a shield up. 4 damage. Okay, that's our trick. We're going to use that rock shot. Hopefully he won't dodge all of them. You gotta divide and conquer, because once dudes team up on you in Phantom Dust, things go south real fast. Woo! That was the flame sword. I whiffed that one. Oh, we got 2 of these guys coming at me real quick. If I can take this one out, I should be in good shape. One more. He just has all these shields built up. I don't know how to hit him, but the rock is working well against them when it does hit. They can pick up shields and draw out of their mana pool, too. So, another good strategy in Phantom Dust is to, like, hang back, like, as far away as possible. I got 1 HP. I better get some healing going. It's the only way I can survive this. Because they're going to pop off some cheap shots. I just know it. So this is a unfortunate part of Phantom Dust. Is like the only way you can get the skills you want is you have to just keep drawing and drawing and drawing. And you can only have like 3 skills up on at once. Oh my gosh, Bitburg Blevins for $25. No filter can stop these nugget dollars. I'm going to buy me a 40-piece nuggets with that. Mukbang stream. How about that? Thank you so much, Bitburg, man. I appreciate that more than you'll ever know. I've been kind of feeling down lately. And it's nice, like, you know, I put out my post yesterday, and people were very, like, nice and supportive and stuff like that. And when you guys show up to the cool streams and hang out and chat, it's the highlight of my day for sure. If you couldn't tell, I really don't get out too much lately. It just drive me up the wall. So it's nice. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying to draw into this pool right now and get the healing item so I can finish this. If I can survive this match, we'll get into some of the good stuff. We'll get into the really good stuff. I'm going to correct the record today. Okay? So don't go anywhere. If you're interested in that, if you're interested in what's been going on, I'll set the record straight. Thank you, dude. Oh, no! He hit me with that 5. So I'm doing better. I took out the first guy, the robot. The second dude, if I just focus on the second dude, the robot is no problem. Chicken nugget mukbang. This is a bad draw right here. Whenever you get all your attacks up front and you don't have the mana to even draw them, those are garbage. Those are rookie numbers. Those are rookie numbers. So now I gotta hang back. I gotta get the right cards, the right powers. Oh no! And then guess who showed up right there? And he's doing all that massive damage. We gotta do a retry. If you don't have the mana to draw, then you're screwed, man. You are screwed up front. And I have a bunch. I would say about 1/3 of my deck is mana, but it's whatever. It's whatever, dude. We'll figure it out. I got a good Psycho Blade in my hand right now. I got a Psycho Shell. I got a Wall of Fire that I can use in case that guy decides to show up again, which he will. They always do. Show up in your hidey hole while you're trying to draw some mana. Dang, 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 dang. Let's get rid of the Psycho Oh, no! Oh, no! He just showed up again. And he's doing all that just disgusting amount of damage. I got a crystal wall in case he pops his head out again. Okay, so we got some more mana. I'll get rid of the wall of fire. Okay. I'm building it up. We're in good shape. I'm going to use the healing water. Smoke them if you got them. You want to heal up, man. Smoke them if you got them when you get the healing. Because they don't mess around. If they back you into a corner, it's 1, 2, you're done. I got the Psycho Blade. Oh, we got a visitor. We got 2 of them. Oh, he got me. He got me with the 5. He's just going to stand there? Ooh. Oh. Look at that brutal. He just walloped me. That was dirty, man. That's the problem with the healing water, though. It's temporary. So I gotta go at him. This is one of those walls in the game, like where I would stop and rebuild my deck. What was that? I just got hit by a meteor. Yeah, I might have to rebuild my deck, is what I'm thinking. Because this is not looking good whatsoever. I do got the Psycho Blade. I got 5 mana, but when I go up there and I face off against him, I'm essentially naked. My partner's really not doing all that much. Ooh. Okay, he's not too bad once you get him on the ropes, but he's going to be drawn too. Ooh, missed. I'm very hesitant on locking onto this guy because the camera will go out of control if you lock on too much. Okay. I just got to be more aggressive, deal that damage. Also, a good defense is in order, too. He's going back for his mana pool. One more ought to do it. Can I? Okay. Oh, he got me there. But, okay, I feel better. I got a strategy. Well, I got me a plan. Name that movie. I got me a plan. Name that movie. First in chat to do it. First in chat you do, you're going to get a thumbs up. Did I ever get into Coldicep Saga? No, I never played Coldicep. I own it, but I hear it's good. I think my friend David won a copy, like he won some special edition in a contest. Coldicep on 3DS is lit. There's a good 3DS emulator out there too. I forgot to show you guys. Well, I just didn't have time to show you guys, but there's a decent DS and 3DS emulator on RetroArch, both of which run on the Series X. Yeah, I mean, you name it, it pretty much runs it, except for like PS3. Doesn't do PS3. PS2 is brand new. It's a brand new core. Ooh, PowerShell or Glacial Wall? Yeah, nice. Nice. I'm just going to hang out with these walls here. But I blocked it. You can block the attack, but if it does over the amount of your shield, so if it's higher than your shield, it does residual damage after that. Flame Sword. Rock Shot. I'm going to just draw these to get them out of my deck right now. The Psycho Blade is what has been giving me the most success. Okay, got some more mana. I would ideally like to get 10 mana going. Nice. I keep calling it mana, but it's aura. We'll leave that there. That healing water. You know what? Oh, crap. I stopped it. He came in. He was like, hey, what's up? Tried to drop that. Dang it, I used it. He tried to drop one on me real quick. I need a shield before I go take on this guy. Hopefully one that repairs itself. I got a crystal wall. I think crystal wall repairs itself. A little fire psychic wall. We'll go in with 2 shields, 2 attacks. Let's go. Let's pay him a little visit. Where did he go? Oh, they're both together. That's not good. Ooh! Nailed it. I gotta draw him out, though. He did an underground attack, too. That's the one that gets you. I just gotta separate him from his partner. Woo! That meteor was coming. I got the psychic wall. Dang, dude, dang. So when I wasn't locked on there, he didn't charge forward. We'll try this one more time before I rebuild the deck. Yes, citrus. Ah, nice. The Dark Glaive 360. The Dark Glaive 360 got the thumbs up. Yes, that was a Tremors reference. I love that series. Tremors is one of the best long-running. I think it's still a current franchise. Horror franchises of all time. I think there's another one, Chucky. Chucky's, the Child's Play series, is still current. And Tremors. But I love it. Even a bad Tremors is a good Tremors, in my opinion. Even the worst Tremors is better than most horror movies. Yeah, it's... The heart of the cards isn't here for me right now. I need that Psycho Blade to even have a chance against that dude who keeps popping up. We'll get rid of the piece of fire. Keep the healing water. I only got 5 mana. This is bad. This is bad. I want to get rid of that Psycho Knife. The Bullet of Fire is also kind of worthless. I mean, I could spam them from afar. I could just do one of these, like... Flame Sword. We could probably get by a Flame Sword. He's coming to pay me another visit. I'm just gonna spam you, you stupid son of a gun. I knocked him out of the arena, so I did some damage there. Oh no. And he found me. He got me too. Okay, we'll heal up. Draw some. Boom. Okay. Bullet of Fire, piece of fire. The Bullet of Fire is actually more handy than I thought it would be. He's coming up. Flame Sword. Oh, almost got him with that. Layup. Got him. I'm sorry, I'm being cheap, guys, but they don't play fair on Phantom Dust. They really don't. That's 3 fireballs right there that he deflected. That's why, how much mana does he have, is my question. How's he able to deflect 3 in a row? That's a little lopsided, if you will, in terms of fairness, but whatever. We're going to go Psycho Plate all over on this guy. We'll take out his little crony. Nice, nice, nice. Chip away, chip away. Don't let up, don't let up. I should have blocked that, but it's alright. We can go in for the kill on that one, but we'll do some safe strats. Oh, he found me. He sees I'm attacking his partner. Okay, I took out his partner. Need to go. Need to heal. Big time. I only got 1 healing thing in my deck. I hope my partner distracts him long enough. Okay. Keep the blade. Go. We gotta draw this. Draw this. He's coming for me. I see him. Oh, trade-off there. I had him down on the ropes, man. I had him down. But we traded off on that last beam battle there. There's 5 tremors on my Plex. Isn't there 7? Is there 6 or 7 Tremors movies? They just released a new one last year. The Dark Glaive says, the funny thing is Tremors as a franchise sets the right tone right off the bat, so when it goes bad, it still has the B-movie. Yeah, it's like the ultimate B-movie series, for real. Bitberg Blevin says, I wonder if the new Xbox is better EMU for OG and 360 emulation than PC options. Haven't gotten into that world yet. It depends on the game. It really depends. There are some fixes, like with RetroArch, it allows you to go deep into the emulator and adjust things. And it depends on the system, it depends on the game. So all the retro systems like that go back, I would go as far as to say the original PlayStation, GameCube, even GameCube does really well without too much tinkering, but tinkering happens. It's fact of life. You got to tinker sometimes to get it going. But everything that I tested out, and it could be my own bias, but everything I've tested out so far hasn't given me too many issues. Nothing like major. Also free. Also free is another thing. So I don't turn my nose up at free. I guess I'm not too much of a purist anymore. I don't think there's a... I don't like to buy into that mindset that there's only one way to play a game. There are better ways for sure. There can be better ways, but there's no one way to play. Unless we're talking about Deadly Premonition, then there is only one good way to play. Oh no. Oh no. He wants to do this now? You want to do this now? I'm not even ready for you. Alright. Oh, you blocked that? We'll block that one. You want to do it now? Not so funny when you're on the side of the spam. Ugh. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Got him, got him, got him. That's right. I'm not letting up on him. He probably has a bad deck right now. And he's running up to get more. I can't. I got the heat on him, guys. I don't want him to go anywhere. Dang, blocked. Oh, he fell off the stage. Haha. Okay. Yeah, he's got that one underground attack that I'm weak against. I just want to take him out. If I can take him out, I got one more. If I can just chip away at him once more. Go, go, go! Nailed it. Okay. Okay. Now I can heal up. And we're good. I don't have to rebuild a new deck. That's not fun to watch on a stream. Some guy, let me build my deck. Just work with what you got. Even though, like, some of the other skills will unlock pretty soon. Got him. That was a rough battle. Really rough. But we hung in there. 7 Tremors now. Jeez. And a television series. Yes. Bitberg says, I unlocked most of my real hardware a long time ago. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't see there's anything wrong with modifying stuff. That's always been my favorite part about having consoles. Everyone asks me, why don't you just get a PC? Did you guys know? I'm going to let you in on this. Did you guys know everything on PC is better? I get that all the time. Like, I I know. How do you think I make my videos as my default response? Like, how do you think I stream? How do you think I do all this stuff? I have a PC. How do you think I modify these consoles? The PC is involved in this. But on the flip side of things, PCs are very expensive. Like right now, I'm at the end of my generation. I would have to get a brand new motherboard. I'd have to get a brand new processor. I would have to get a brand new GPU. I'd have to get a new kind of RAM, motherboard. If I'm going to bother doing all that, I'm going to have to get 2 more monitors that are in a higher resolution to take advantage of that. So, like, the argument is, why not just get a PC? Why not just spend thousands of dollars on all this stuff and then have to relicense your OS and take all this time out to re-image a hard drive and set up a whole RAID and do all that? My response is, the Xbox Series X is $500. Oh, I also forgot power supply. A new power supply. But I just bought a new one of those, so it's good. It's good. But my response to that is the Series X is $500. It's $500, and it plays all this stuff in one spot. It's there. It's good to go. Comes with a controller. 2 cables. Power cable, HDMI cable. I can just pick it up. It's small. I can take it somewhere. The Series S is what, $300? The Series S is $300. Smaller, I can do pretty much all the same stuff minus the disc side of things. And I'm good to go. So if I were a gamer and somebody was like, pay $2,000 and you can play all those games. Just pay $2,000. Just do all that. Spend all this time. Go on PC Part Picker. Pick out every individual component. Just do it on PC. Don't you know about PC? Or I can pay $200 and I can get a 4K game. I can pay $200 or I can pay $300, get 4K experience, and like $1 for Game Pass for 3 months and play tons of games instantly. And then I can play RetroArch on it. What's the argument to be made? Just spend more money. If you spent more money and all this time and then set up and just redo it all. Just redo it all. I used to play NES ROMs. Like, get out of here. It's fun. It's fun and it's convenient. Plus, every time, it's a futile argument because the guy's already won in his head. He doesn't understand that convenience is also a big part of gaming. When you grow up, you don't always have enough free time. Or you got to be more flexible with your time, if you will. Like, I got 2 hours, maybe, out of my day that I can game, right? Now I got to be flexible and play this game. Do I want to spend all that time, like, searching for all these individual components, checking against which CPU runs the game better, which GPU I need to get, does it have RTX, do I need to overclock it, do I need to do all this, do I need to get the latest software updates, the latest hotfix, do I need fan mods, do I need all this and that, like, do I need to do all of that, or can I just go on a console, it downloads the game that they've optimized it for that specific device, and I can just play. And I can just get going faster. Okay? Yeah, I get it. I get the argument. PC's cool, man. You're cool. Your RAM's the best. Your RGB case is so sweet, dude. Your fucking mercury cooling refrigerator that you built to keep it the coldest of the cold. You got the coldest Antarctic levels of cooling on your PC. I get it. I understand. It's a good hobby. It's a good hobby to have. It's fun to build a PC when you have the money for it and all that, and you have the time to do so. But I've always preferred the console experience. I also like to separate my work. I use my PC for my work. I use it for video editing. I use it for graphic design. I use it for my other stuff. The other ways I make money. OnlyFans. No. The other ways I make money. Yeah, I do use it. My PC is my workstation. My console is my fun station. Okay? I don't typically like to have everything all in one spot, okay? I don't like to have my games area be where my work area is. Even in my like previous job, I would have free time. I would have a lot of free time actually in my previous job. And I had opportunities to just sit down and play video games if I wanted to. And I didn't. I honestly didn't take the opportunity to play video games at work because I just felt that's the time I dedicated to work. That's the time I had to work. I'm in the work mindset. I do the work then. I don't like to just try and multitask it. Like, I'm scheduled. I do this then, I do that other thing then. And that's how I like to keep my life, just a good routine. The Dark Glaive 360 says, it's nice that Hikiko gets the console love, and honestly, there are good games on PC only too, but I like to spend less time gaming on my PC. Yeah, I mean, like, every time I play a PC game, there's research involved. There's always research involved. Even for the littlest game, you want to know. You want to read all the patch logs, the bug fixes, known issues, what the best way to play it is, like mouse and keyboard. Do you have to download particular drivers for, like if I wanted to use my Xbox controller, or my PS4 controller, or whatever, retro, if I wanted to use 8-bit DOE controller. There's always something. There's always a catch. And while you may like push out the best visual looking thing out of your PC version, it's not always like ready to go when I'm ready. And time is everything. Time is everything in this world. Time is money. Time is content. Time is content, okay? You guys saw what I did on my Deadly Premonition video. You saw the craziness that I went through to play the PC version. And I have like a very, I wouldn't call it like a high spec PC, but it's certainly like way higher than what Deadly Premonition demands. Delta says, in my opinion, it's better than nothing. I have a PS2, but it's broken, so I use an emulator. I feel that playing on PC is more distracting because of other things like the internet, YouTube, and music, and watching anime. Dude, I get that. I totally understand where you're coming from there. When I'm on my PC, like I want to check social media. I want to throw something on in the background. I want to balance it out. It doesn't feel like I always have my full attention. That, and I have 3 monitors, so I have like one monitor for chat, one to check on the stream, and then one for my game capture, right? And every time I'm on Steam in particular, the big picture mode and all that, it is a nightmare and a half to like get Steam to recognize the correct monitor and set that as a default when you're dealing with multiple monitors. Here, I just run my Xbox as I would normally. Like, I'd just be playing it, and my capture card takes care of the work. I don't have to have, like, any crazy setup, so that's nice. But, yeah, it's just not my favorite place to play. It's the sad truth. That and I don't always play in my office, so this is my office right here that you're seeing. I don't always like to play games back here. Like, my girlfriend will be out in the living room doing something. She plays Animal Crossing on her Switch. And I want to play on my recliner. Like, I want to kick back and relax and not worry so much. Like, sitting up in this office chair playing a game for a review or something ain't always the ideal way to experience something, you know? Sitting in a fucking gamer chair. Sitting in a professional racer gaming chair, you know? That's not always the way a game was meant to be played. Like, I was playing Lost Odyssey last night, and Lost Odyssey is like one of the most chill JRPGs I've ever played. Like, it's so atmospheric and quiet and doesn't like, you know, throw too much at you at once. Like, it's a slow burn. And like, I like to play Lost Odyssey in my fucking recliner, okay? I want to kick back, kick the feet out, get a good blanket going, have some tea, and play some Lost Odyssey. And I can even throw on a podcast, like, while I'm grinding. The Series X has a Spotify app on there where you can mix. Like, you can mix the output for the game audio and the podcast. So I'll just kick back, you know, get my grind on, and listen to a podcast and not worry so much. And I don't get that same experience on PC, because like, here I am, I'm in my office, I got my mouse, got my keyboard, got to make sure everything's all hooked up and stuff, and it just, I feel like I'm at work when I'm on a PC. And it's a personal preference, okay? That's just how I am. I'm not going to trash on you for, you play the way you want to play. And that's why I feel, to circle the wagons back around to my previous conversation, I feel that Microsoft's offering that. Yeah, that was some dedication to play Deadly Premonition on the PC. The Dark Lave says, you want to know my story? My first experience for Deadly Premonition on PC version, and I beat that game even though I had to reset my entire PC to beat it several times to make the cutscenes load. Yeah. That's what Captain was going through. I had to hard reboot my PC for that, and the Zinnia emulator. I showed that off in the video, but Zinnia crashed my whole PC. The 360 emulator, Zinnia, crashed my whole PC. Like, hard crashed. And I was so concerned because I was capturing footage at the time. I was like, oh shit, this is going to be bad. When you're in the process of doing something on PC and it crashes, it can knock over a lot of dominoes. I've done that before. I've had corrupt files. Nothing worse than having a fucking corrupted hard drive. Woo! But I will tell you this. I am diligent lately on backing up my files. I've got a hard drive, an external, that's just, it's only on for the purposes of backup. Like, when I make a big ass video and I have all those clips and stuff, after I'm done with it, I take that and I drop it on that external. That's like a really expensive Western Digital one. Like, it's high tier, and I just put it on there. It's like 4 terabytes. I really need a bigger one now, but because it's getting filled up. But I just drop it on there and I just keep it to the side just in case, whatever. Because I've had a lot of failures. I've lost a lot of stuff growing up. Nuker. Speaking of which version of Deadly Premonition is the best? Dude, Nuker. I made a whole big ass video. Like Blevin said, I'm the only one on the internet, only dude out there who made the most comprehensive video that answers that very question. And I gave all my reasons. Please go watch it. It's called The Sweary Files. And I titled it The History of Deadly Premonition and its god-awful ports. You can click. There's a chapter in there that covers each version and what's wrong with it and what's good about it. Go watch it, my friend. Nuker, it's good to see you, by the way. Thank you for joining. BioPhoenix, I have 3 externals just for different things like that. I need to buy one for my Series X. So the Series X has a terabyte solid state, and it's great because all my stuff loads super quick. Like, that's one benefit that's underrated, I think, is the solid state is phenomenal. It's hard to go back to loading times. I showed my girlfriend, I'm like, hey, check this out. I'm about to load Red Dead Redemption 2. And then it just went bling. Or I think I was playing Yakuza Like a Dragon. I was like, okay, I'm going to go halfway across town in this cab. Watch how long this takes. And then it just loaded. I was there. And I was like, remember how slow that was on the original Xbox One? She goes, yeah, it was like a whole minute or two for the loading. I was like, now it's just there. Probably the best, most exciting feature for me was the loading times are gone. Nuker, I'm not a very smart man. Oh, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Don't go there. No, if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's probably the best video my channel has. We're gonna restart this match. I may have to, like, it's starting to get into the major leagues here on Phantom Dust, so I may have to rebuild my deck. Yeah, it's on there, man. Go check it out. I also did the same thing for Deadly Premonition 2. Oh! Okay, Rock Shot is not going to work in here. Because it's a long-range thing. Yeah, he's coming at me there. Yeah, I got to get rid of Rock Shot. It's never going to work. Psycho Knife, I guess, in a pinch. Oh! He's got all the shields up. Oh, they knocked out my partner. Not good, not good. He just keeps shanking me. Ooh, I got Psycho Blade in? Okay, we've got a chance. There's a chance to survive, kind of. That would have been a good time to use a shield. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Heal up. Get that healing juice. Yeah, I just don't have enough mana. That was a bad round. We're in close quarter situation, and I don't have enough mana to draw. SSDs are stupidly expensive in Canada. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I have a good friend who's Canadian, and the games she told me about, the prices on games, even old games, are super, super high. And that's probably due to import taxes and all that other stuff. I think Australia has you beat, though. I bet it's really expensive in Australia to get stuff your way. I got any Down Under gamers in here? Come on, I need some... I'm getting all the terrible rolls here. Terrible draws. I gotta rebuild this deck. No, why would you lock onto that one? Lock onto the dude that's right next to you. Like, I only have 2 mana. 2. So that means I just gotta dig through my deck here until mana spawns. I can't even use that healing water. Okay. That's much... Oh, he got me. He got me. I just need a better roll, for sure. Hikiko, do you believe that that if the DP bad ports didn't exist, DP2 could be a better game due to the public not having a distorted memory view of the first game, or that it has nothing to do with Swery dismissing the completely DP2's awful state? I'll have to say, I've said this before. Don't get me wrong, because there's a lot of Deadly Premonition 2 apologists out there, and I understand why they like it. Like, it does have its charm. There is charm there. There's a lot of good music, and there's a shell. I would say there's a shell of a good game, just like Okage. When I was talking about Okage before, there's something in there that is cute, and that I was excited for, and I was excited that it happened. I'm happy it exists. I'm happy there's a new way to support Swery and the Deadly Premonition IP. But I can't just go in and say, well, it was a low budget game and you should lower your expectations for a low budget game. The state that it released in, at $40, double the price of the original Deadly Premonition, mind you. Double the price. And to this date cannot be completed 100%. There are missions that just won't spawn. So if you're going for 100% completion, you can't. You can check my friend Mark's guide. He wrote the guide hand by himself every mission in the game. My friend Mark did. Okay? He knows it better than anyone. He'll tell you the same thing. It's not a finished game. It's not something that I could recommend to anyone but hardcore fans of Deadly Premonition. No one's going to go into Deadly Premonition 2 saying, like, what a great game. I'm so happy with it. The people who like the game already like Deadly Premonition. It's the fanboys, right? And the fanboys make excuses. Like, that's the problem. They gloss over things. Like, yeah, it's really shitty and plays badly. And the story isn't all as good at all, and it's missing a lot of the features of the first one. There's really no investigation going on in Deadly Premonition 2. I covered as much in my video. Everything's spelled out for you. It's like my first mystery game in terms of mystery. They tell you who the bad guys are instantly. There's no benefit of the doubt. There's no red herrings, really. I mean, it's just like a series of everyone's bad, essentially. And for that matter, it doesn't have the impact of the first one. And what it does is it perpetuates the bad. I think it accentuates the bad stuff about the first Deadly Premonition. Like the ports, it carries on that reputation that it's always been broken and unplayable. So if you're a fan of Deadly Premonition 1 and you want to stand up for it, then you also need to call it out whenever it's not good. And DP2 is not. It treads too closely in, I think, the worst aspects of games, like collectathon things, force crafting, force this and that. And like all the benefits of falling into those RPG mechanics don't really pay off in the end. There's no incentive to do so. All the bosses are a cakewalk. There's no multiple difficulties. The mystery was rushed out the door. I like York. I'm happy York is back, but he's been flanderized to shit and back. I think all my points are okay to have. And it's not to say that, like, I care that you like it or love it or what have you. If you had a good time, you had a good time. But I think my points shouldn't be dismissed because, well, they fixed it with a couple of patches. Like, that's some of the feedback I got. Like, well, now it's playable. Months later, now it's playable. No, it's not really. It still has frame drops. It's still missing a lot of, like, weird logic. There's missions that will never populate. They have not completed the game. There's missions that will not populate. You can't 100% it. The townspeople AI are still wonky and go on these odd pathways and walk through walls. And the game soft locks and all sorts of things. Like everything I showed near the end of my video on Deadly Premonition 2 came from the most recent patch. The one that everyone was like championing. The one that's like the golden patch. Like, this is going to be the one, guys. This is the one that takes it from 20 frames to 25 frames. I'm like, you want to congratulate them for that? That's what we're celebrating here? What about everything else? So no, it's not fixed. Don't believe the hype. There are a lot of people that go into it and say, oh, yeah, it's still okay. I mean, support it. If you like Deadly Premonition, there's nothing wrong with supporting it. Go out and play it, but it's still, like, in a very bad spot. Okay, we gotta... Oh! Oh boy, I got him just in time. Just in time, he was about to kill me. Let's see here. BioPhoenix says, I never beat DB2. I at least want to beat the main story at some point, but yeah, I was in a rough state. Nuker says, sounds like being a fan of Swery sounds like an abusive relationship where they hope things will get better and then leave. If you ask me, as I said, I like him a lot. I'm always gonna, I'm a little biased toward, that's the thing. I'm biased towards Swery. I love the dude. I think he's hilarious and he's underrated. Like, he's a guy who won't be appreciated in his time because of all the memes, all the memers out there. When he has a good team behind him that gets him on track, and I feel the same way about Suda, when there's a focus at play and he's able to have like enough time and money and to a certain extent creative control, but also like there's somebody there that knows the technical side and will support these grandiose ideas. Because like, it's one thing to have a lot of interesting ideas and mechanics, like what he's trying to do with the Good Life, but it's another thing to make them work and work well. And DP2 was kind of like a cornucopia, if you will, of a lot of different mechanics that were never fully realized. Like the camping mechanic is ultimately useless. The catching a cold and getting stinky, like that stuff, I would say getting stinky probably has the most impact on the game, but building up all your guns, building up all these other like side attributes don't have like an overall impact on the entire game. They're kind of like smaller things, the unnecessary. And I get why he does that, but I think he needs to throw some more weight behind that. Like really lean into his mechanic side and make sure that the tech side is there first. And I don't think Toybox was the right pick for developer. And he probably doesn't have many choices where he's sitting from with his budget, so I get that side of it. But to hand out praise for it, like if I went out there and I recommended that game to everyone and just said, yeah, it's a little bad and the game crashes and it runs out of nausea-inducing frame rate, and all the things you liked about Deadly Premonition 1 were yanked out, and one of the things you really liked about it, York's personality, we made it so prevalent and more emphasized to the point where it's almost like a caricature of his original self. And all these other townspeople, you remember how you got to learn about them? You don't really get to learn about them all that much. They're just kind of like NPCs, standard fare NPCs with slight eccentric things going on. Like, it doesn't... If I went out there and just gave it a full-on glowing recommendation, what does that say? Like, that just... It's disingenuous. Which I've been accused of more recently, just being a clickbaiter or what have you. I think I try and wear it out on my sleeve, let you know how I feel, and I'm not going to change my mind on it. Maybe if they finally release a definitive version, but knowing the company behind that's working on it, I doubt that will ever come. They put all their eggs in one basket, the Switch, and the Switch just was not capable of running the Unity engine. And it's just not a good platform. It's not a good pick for it. So, people like to be lied to, though. People, whenever you have a criticism, it's just like, you're just being too harsh. I wasn't being harsh. Maybe it's tough love in a certain respect, but that's how I see it. I want the game to be the best it can be. So other people will get into it. That's how I see it. Melanie Christine says The Good Life is looking great, at least. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of promise for that game. There's a lot of promises being made and a lot of different mechanics running in tandem. I know the story will be great. The photography bit will definitely be great, but when you introduce a lot of instances in the programming world, a lot of different instances running all at one time, there's a lot more open to go wrong. There's more points of failure, if you will. And that's what concerns me. So if PC remains like the main platform for The Good Life, then it has a good chance of being good. But I feel like it'll be probably rough at launch. At lunch. I'm hungry. At launch. And then it will get good, but it remains to be seen. I'll check it out. I'm a backer. I'm a backer of the game. I thought he was speaking about Cyberpunk 2077. No, I'm done with that. There's somebody else who had a really interesting comment. One of my moderators, Captain Psychopath's in here. What's up, man? DP2 is literally a bad game. Yeah. There's things about it I like, for sure. But I would say ultimately it's a bad game. It happens. It happens. It doesn't mean that I don't wish them the best or hope they do better the next time. I took no joy, as I said in my review, I took no joy in saying that. There was no happiness for me in saying all that stuff. And yeah, like that. I guess I don't take joy in it when something I love ends up being not living up to expectations. But yeah, I hope it does get fixed one day. That's the best way I can put it. I hope it gets fixed one day. And I hope we get a third one eventually. I hope he finds enough success in The Good Life and other ventures that we get a solid, dark, Deadly Premonition. Like, the reason why, and I said this, I think, in my retrospective, and if I didn't, correct me, but the reason why I think Deadly Premonition 1 works so well is there's such a good dichotomy of comedy and horror in there that they clash. They don't clash. They kind of juxtapose, if you will. They make you. They take you off guard. And Deadly Premonition 1, throughout all of its wackiness, there's also like a good heart there. You get to learn about the drama of all the characters in the town. You witness horrific murders. Some like really graphic horror stuff. Like, it really takes you out of that comfort zone and lets you know about like the uncaring cruelness of the situation. And it builds our antagonist, who I won't name. it builds the multiple antagonists. There's a couple of them. It builds them up into like even more threats, evil threats, if you will. DP2 has none of that. Like it doesn't build out those characters. You don't feel the same way by the time they're revealed. You're like, oh, well, I saw that coming. That's pretty much how it is. Like, oh, I saw that coming, and this person didn't seem like a bad person after all. I don't know. It felt more stock in anime, like very expected. Whereas like everything in DP1 was well developed out. You got to know every one of the citizens and the local establishments, and lots of fun and cool atmosphere. Having the forest be a humongous part, like the mystique of the forest surrounding Greenvale, and the supernatural felt more at place. And the supernatural elements in DP2 were like Hoongan. And Hoongan just sticks out like a sore thumb. Like he really just is Deus Ex Machina for the purpose of having it. There's really no big local lore or something to sink your teeth into. And that made me sad, because Greenvale, all of its history was fleshed out. And Lucare, just, there's brief mentions of things, but never really goes deep into the past of Lucare. Cool atmosphere, though, for a horror game. Even though I don't really want to call DP2 a horror game. It's more of just a third-person mystery game than it is horror. One really had a horror atmosphere. And it can be genuinely creepy. Like DP1, despite everyone like laughing at it, I was creeped out the first time I saw the shadows come out, and then the way the shadows attack you in DP1 is like they'll stick their arm down your throat and just like start suffocating you. You just stick their arm like they're in these yoga poses, and they make all these like bone crackling sounds. You know what I'm talking about? The shadows in DP1 just make these like, you can just hear all their joints popping and stuff. Ugh, they are kind of disgusting. But the red shadows in DP2 were just on the silly side. They were straight up funny. They just made a bunch of funny noises. Like snip, 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 snarf. I don't know. Just didn't like exude the same level. Yeah, I'm facing Edgar right now, and Edgar is pretty tough, but we're gonna go for it. Let's just go for it. Oh, he froze. He locked out all my skills. You can see in the bottom right there. He locked my skills. Oh, he got me. He got me good. Cabin says, I wanted to like DPT so much, but it fell flat. Captain says, York has zero urgency in the plot. It just happens around him, and he barely affects it in any way. That's true. Hoongan's just like, oh, go here. Here's my oracle. Just go there. And everything just shows up, falls right into his lap. Yeah. I felt they had a lot more in mind. Once again, they're never going to say, oh, we didn't have enough money or time until like way after the fact. But that's probably what it comes down to. They probably just didn't have enough money to do to do like a true sequel to Deadly Premonition, and like Swery's dreams for it to fully realize Swery's dreams, you probably need a lot of money and time. And I'm not sure that Toy Box or wanted to front all that. They don't strike me as a company that has a lot of those things. Plus, of course, like, it was right near the beginning of the pandemic. So I'm sure, like, post-game support was also kind of an issue with that. If they didn't have, like, a remote network set up in play. Damn. Edgar's super fast. Yeah, Edgar's smoking me here. Let's retry this one. I'm sure I can find a way to take out Edgar if I rebuild my deck, but I'm trying to do it without rebuilding it too much on the stream. No, some guy came in the other day, and he told me, he goes, I think you're just making a mountain out of a molehill about my DP2 review. And I'm like, what? I was like, what if there's like a million molehills all in one? I mean, I'm not making one particular mountain, okay? There's 100 molehills all squeezed in next to each other, and I gotta make it across my yard. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just not mention that? Like, maybe I got a mold problem here. It just sickens me to my core when people obfuscate things, okay? They make things into something that they're not. Like, when I approach my writing, I do it from a place of being a gamer first, okay? Of course, there's an element of entertainment in there, for sure. But I was just speaking as Miles more than anyone else about my DP2 video. Just how I felt. And the patches did nothing. The patches didn't fix. There's just, you'd have to keep patching it. Even if you were to patch that game and get it at 30 frames, I think it's still, like, the sum of everything that's wrong with it wouldn't fix it. You just might as well have to make another one. Which I encourage. I highly encourage them to try it again. Just do it. The world needs more Deadly Premonition and sweary games, no matter what. Oh god, here we go, here we go. Run, 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 run. Oh, he froze my I gotta run. He froze my stats. Not good. I can't even draw. There we go. Rock shot's useless. Piece of fire might do it. There we go. Get him on the run. Get him on the run. Ooh, he blocked that one, and he froze me right after. His shield can freeze my hand, which is terrible because I'm absolutely helpless. Like, ice is so OP. Okay, rock shot is useless in this situation too. Whoop. Oh, and he did it again. His ice shield. What's good against ice? Is it psychic? I can't remember which is which, but that ice shield is so ridiculous. Like, every time I do a close attack, he locks up all my powers. And then he just comes out with this monk. I think he's like an ice monk. Okay, I nailed him once. I need a long range because, like, coming up on him like that, he locks me. Bullet of fire. That's perfect. Perfect. Oh, did he reflect it on me too? Long range, it doesn't matter. He can just lock all my powers. That's great. That's perfect. Thank you. Yeah, if I hit the ice shield, even if it's long range, it locks your powers. Holy shit. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing when I'm playing online. I'll just be an ice shield build. Oh my god, I got to rebuild this deck. Let's rebuild it. Frankie's in here. Hey, Frankie. Bitberg Blevin says, I think swearing needs the Kojima treatment, big bucks, and experience to keep them on the rails. I would love a big budget sweary game. Hell yeah, throw the money at him. I don't even care if he wastes that shit. Just give him the money. Let him do whatever he wants with it. Yeah. Kind of like David Lynch's Dune. Still interesting. Bitberg, I've already covered Mole Mania. Mole Mania has been covered on the channel. In Cult Game Boy Games, Kirk Almighty did a review of Mole Mania. It has been done. We are going to... Ooh, Trimmer. Kai Cannon. Maybe I'll do a Monk Earth build. Root of Tree? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna completely change out this deck. Randolph, hey, what's up, buddy? Been a while since I seen you in a cool stream, at least. Randolph's in here. Randolph is also a content creator. He's part of the rat race. He knows what's up. Randolph, welcome. Randolph says DP1 is probably my third favorite game of all time, but I cannot bring myself to finish 2. I'm sorry to hear that, man. As I said, a lot of hardcore people out there who love it and wanted the best for it, we got let down for sure. But I don't think that's a reflection on sweary. Like, don't take it the wrong way. I don't think that's a reflection on any, like, as a creator, you're allowed to have some failures in there. You're gonna fuck up. You're gonna make some mistakes. And sweary's made a couple of them along the way for sure. And but I'm still, because like you can see he's on to something, and he's doing something that nobody else is out there doing. I'm willing to give him more slack, if that makes sense. Cut him some more slack. And some people might think that's a form of bias. It is. I really love his games that much. Everyone's got a favorite. Everyone's got favorite directors or a favorite team. Sweary's one of mine. All right, we're doing an Earth and Monk deck. So half Earth, half Monk. I'm not too familiar with these skills, but we can try them out. Microvic says Hikiko the gamer. I am. I'm a big gamer. It's a huge part of my life, whether I like it or not. It's the burden I bear. It is the burden I bear. DB2 will be the black sheep. I hope so. I hope there's a 3. There may be. I'm not sure of the sales of DP2. I can't imagine they were all that great because the platform is the Switch, and you would have to, here's the thing, if you're going to introduce a new audience, you got to have them familiar with DP1. So the people that played DP1 on Switch played Origins. And Origins is broken too. It's not as broken as some of the other ports, but it's still pretty broken. And if they didn't have a good time with Origins on the Switch, chances are they didn't go over and play or pick up DP2. So I don't think it had a good, successful business plan. I think instead of going for a Switch exclusive, they should have tried to hit at least another platform. But I don't know what the deal was. Like, if Nintendo went in on there and gave them a little money, sometimes that happens. I doubt it. But they need to get it off the Switch for one. That's a big hamper. That and it felt kind of rushed near the end. So maybe a director's cut is what the game needs. I don't know. They just haven't had a good track record. Okay, guys, you ready for the mystery packet? Can you guys see this? I'm gonna break in. This is my lunch right now. That's my mystery packet. Can anyone guess what's in here? Anyone want to wager a guess before I open it? This is what my lunch is gonna be. What's going on, Extreme Link? Hope you're doing good today, Maine. I am doing great. It's been a great stream. I was planning on bringing up the drama, that tastiness. But it'll come up eventually, naturally, through conversation with the chat. I will talk about it a little bit, but we've just mostly been talking about games, been having a good time playing Phantom Dust. It's not a burrito, Shadow Hog, but good guess. Bitberg says, Triple XL Big Burn Burrito. Dry oatmeal. Extreme Link says, chickpeas. Prosky, says Ferris. And it's not Devil May Cry 2, but that was also a good guess. Cheese Wisps. I do like Cheese Wisps, but I don't have any on me. Okay. So I was watching Cobra Kai Season 3. And it was Johnny. I think Johnny had this in his... He ate this. They spent a good time. It was like one of those plugs, if you will, like a little self-insert sponsorship kind of things where they like highlight what he was eating. But I didn't know they existed. They actually do exist. And after I saw that, I'm like, man, that sounds delicious. And also a little ridiculous. So let's open it up here. Blind box. Hikiko snacks. Full stream snack. They're also a little messy. Whew. You gotta shake them off. Look at that. Are you seeing that? Are you seeing that? That is one. That is one shredded wheat. There are 3 of them in here. There are 3 humongous shredded wheats. You know, like frosted mini wheats and stuff. That is one shredded wheat brick. So Johnny Lawrence and Cobra Kai pulled those out. I'm like, is that a real cereal? And my girlfriend went out and found it. And I'm like, oh, God, I got to have this. So I went out and I got it. Oh. It's really fucking dry. You can dip them in a cup of milk and they go down easier. Usually I have a bowl of milk. I should probably go get one real quick. Let me go get a bowl of milk real quick. I'll be right back. Do you guys love that transition or what? Every time I switch scenes on OBS, it goes into that little spiral thing. If you guys knew how long it took me to make that little thing, you'd be like, why do you waste all your time on stuff like that? It is a humongous shredded wheat, man. There's 3 of them. You get 3 of these huge shredded wheat bricks. I just dunk them in milk. I'm trying to maintain my Hikiko figure. Yeah, it is a little rough on your mouth if you don't have milk. Let's do this. Is this the final battle? Final selection? Okay. So we're going to play with my new deck. It's a monk build and earth build. Monk and earth. Whoa, okay. That actually might come in handy. I'm testing out all these new skills I got. Woo! Oh, I can charge up that dragon. That's amazing. Okay. Okay, okay. But I don't have enough Kai. Or aura. I kept calling it mana this whole time. It's called aura. There we go. Oh, he froze my stats again. I'm getting all the worst draws. Only the worst RNG. Only the worst. The Kai Cannon really didn't do anything to him, though. Never know. I might want to keep that healing on hand. There we go. I've got some physical stuff here. Bullet of fire. Let's do that sonic boom. Guile style. Oh, he's blocking it. He's sending it back to me. He's punching me. That sonic boom does nothing. Oh, no. I just messed up the round. I accidentally drew one of the healing things I needed. Yo, the pro tag, it does look so cool. He is. His name's Alpha. Alpha. God, like, they kind of have a Tetsuya Nomura look. You know what I'm talking about? Guy who designed Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy VII and all that. All the belts and zippers and stuff. They do take after that. I don't know what you would call that style. The Nomura. Woo! Okay. Trimmer. Okay, so Trimmer's an AoE, and he just reflected it back at me. That's not good. This may be one of those situations where I have to get shields that focus on reversals. Because he just may reverse all my attacks. So maybe I'll just have to wait till he attacks me and then reverse back. There's a trick to every one of these fights, believe it or not. See, he just deflected that. Oh, I got 2 damage in. Okay. It is possible to hit him. Bullet of fire, healing water. I'm going to go ahead and use that. I got 7, which is not terrible to be. Okay, bullet. Shit. Get away, get away. Splashdown's very good, but I'm afraid he's going to freeze me. Kai Cannon. Okay, let's go for it. I'm coming for you, Edgar. Dang. He just popped off a shot. And he stunned me. Edgar is... I think he's like the main antag in this, though. He's like your natural rival, so he's just way, way, way too powerful. Yeah, he got me. I don't know what the secret is to beating him just yet, but I'm kind of stuck here until I do. Can I feint? Can I feint? Do you mean like parry? Can I parry? You can reverse things if you have a shield. Shredded wheat is one of the best vessels for milk. I don't know what it is. Yes. You can get him to waste his shield. There is a skill that's designated to attack your enemy's mana, their aura, their magic pool. So you can, I think, theoretically drain them so much that they're almost useless. That's probably a good strategy, now that you mention it, Shadowhawk. I'll have to try it. Let's see what we got. Let's buy the blind boxes. Okay, I'm going to go rebuild this deck to have a focus on draining and reversals. Reversals is tough to pull off because the enemy can have fast attacks that don't always signal that they're going to attack, so you can reverse and attack them. It's kind of a pain. Let's all the aura. We'll just do an aura deck. That's probably not a bad idea to have all that aura there, so I won't be stuck naked in the middle of the field. Let's just make them all auras, and we'll start from the get-go. Just an all right, I got all this energy. Just gonna draw all this and then do nothing. Okay. So, I don't have any erase. You can also erase this skill. You can use this in multiplayer. Like, say somebody has a very rare card, right? You can just go over there and go, bunk, and wipe him out, and they can't draw it for the rest of the game. So if somebody's, like, too reliant on one thing, you can just knock them out. It's neat. Oh, in the bottom, or in the middle there, the bottom middle, you can see kind of like an example of what the skill does before you equip it. Do I have anything that drains? Fires 3 lasers, triple lasers. Pierce effect, high speed punch, knocks down. Hold. Aura spin. Oh, this just taps directly into your aura. This might actually be a great skill to have. So, like, whatever aura you have on, I think maybe how much attack it does. Like, the more aura I charge up, the higher the attack, so it could break through his defense. I could just do a Kai Cannon build. Greedy Spirit, there we go. Reduce target's aura to 0. So then you can follow it up with an attack. Crawlers. Maybe the Kai Cannon strategy might work better. We'll do, this is I think it's like Psychic and Monk. We'll do a Psychic Monk. So I'll get Crawlers in there. And then we'll do that Kai Cannon. Maybe cool. I'm going to have a lot of those aura particles, by the way. More than last time. Lance may not be good. Is Bullet straight ahead? Knocks down target. We'll try that. Look for more psychic stuff. I'm not sure that I have... Oh, it's... What would you call that? I don't know. Alright, we're gonna throw some shields on there. Let's see, what do I got? I got 2 of these. Protect Circle? How long does that last? That's 2 cost. Shield of Aegis. Defense 5 on 2 cost? Hell yeah, we're getting all them shields. And I don't think I have any healing stuff. I can't equip any healing stuff. Jump dash. Alright, we're just gonna shield it up. To be a glass cannon. All that aura in my deck right there. Okay, we'll try that. Bye, Bio. Thanks for showing up, man. Always good to see you. This game definitely has a lot of potential. It really needs more attention. Sounds like somebody needs more weed. Yeah, can't get enough. Yeah, Phantom Dust. 2017 would have been the time for this game's attention. Back when it re-released. But unfortunately, that never caught on. And it's pretty much dead. They canceled the sequel. There was going to be a sequel. Microsoft pulled all the funding. They pulled the funding out of this, out of Scalebound. D4, of course, infamously. Go watch my video. Oh, I can do a couple more of these missions. That's good. Because I don't want to face off against Edgar until I know. Let's try the first one up top. Legendary Man. We're going to go with this deck. I'm going to give it my best here. Let's see how... Oh, I already got 3 aura particles plus that. Look at all these auras. Oh, yeah, man. Now I can just hang out and wait for other things to draw. But 5 is not a bad place to be. That's a very good starter deck right there. Hey, I've got a partner that's joining me. Greedy Spirit. Okay, so that Greedy Spirit is the one that drains out all of their aura. So we're going to use it and see what happens. Oh, nice. And it does damage too. Ooh, is this a long range one? Look at all that. Look at all that. Nom, 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 nom. Pac-Man pellets over there. They're so tasty. Three damage. Dude, this skill rules. Kai Cannon? You just have to be... Oh, getting all them pellets. Get them all. Get them all. You just have to be kind of far away. Because there's like a short, long, and medium. So I think this is a long-range skill. We smoked him. Oh, there goes my partner. Oh my god. Okay. I gotta take this one out. Claustro. 3 damage. Woo! Dodge that one. Shield! Oh, I didn't pull my shield in time. Yeah, he's coming at me with the quickness. Oh god, oh god. Nope! And it's only doing 1 damage. Okay, my strategy is falling to pieces right now, and I have no way to heal. Ooh. Bad place to be. Getting all them Pac-Man pellets. Kai Cannon, Kai Cannon. I got 2 of them? Why would I need 2 of them? That's a bad move. Hyper Kai Bullet. We'll try that. I've never used this. He got me. Okay. Whoa! Whoa! We've got Bitburg Blevins. What's up, man? Cheers on that D4 video, by the way. The most informative thing ever written on it. Thank you so much, Bitburg. It was my pleasure to bring you that video. I'll let you in on some stuff. So thank you so much for your super chat. Appreciate that, dude. That video was what I was working towards all last year. Like, I wanted to make that video more than anything. Like, but I felt I had to cover Deadly Premonition and some of Swery's other stuff first, and also build up my editing, work on some things. So I worked on some motion graphics for a while, and I had started that script back in January of last year, so early on, and I had written some things out, and I didn't like where it was going, but I was like, how do I want to frame this? Like, how do I want to make this video unique? And I was like, why not try and solve Season 2? Why not make that? Why not solve the great mystery the game has? And so it just became an adventure from there. The PC version, of course, was my greatest asset in that whole discovery part. Going through every file, I went through every texture, I went through every audio sample, I went through every interview Swery ever did. I went through my old notes because back in the day I made a couple of videos on D4. I went more hardcore in that. I also made motion graphics based off the game's assets. But they were mine. They weren't just like me ripping game assets. But I made my original ones inspired by it for that. Got all my equipment. I bought a new camera, bought new audio equipment, just did it all just to get that one video right. And I'm very happy with how it turned out. It was quite a learning experience. And I don't think anyone out there has gone as crazy as I did on D4. But that's because I love the game. I followed what happened to Season 2 a couple of years after its release. I made a video like, what happened to D4 Season 2? Like, what can we get some answers? What's going on? And in making that video, I was also covering Microsoft, because Microsoft at the time was canceling their Japanese exclusives left, right, and center. So it kind of played into another video I had made before, like where the Japanese games. And after I talked about that, like D4 was one of these casualties of all these cancellations, I felt. But we never got a concrete answer on that. So I made my video, and I kid you not, this may be a coincidence, I don't know. But after I made that video on D4 the first time, where's Season 2? Swery went on Twitter and announced he was retired from the gaming industry. Just completely blew the lid off of it and was like, nah, not happening. No D4 Season 2. And by all accounts, it's not happening without Swery. And Access Games, his former company, owned the IP. And they're not doing anything with it. They just keep selling the PC version and the soundtrack. That's all they're ever going to do with that. They're not going to finish it without him. Even though they could. They have every legal right to finish it without him. They're not going to. It's dead. But it didn't sit well with me because I love the characters and the world so much. And it was the reason I bought an Xbox One. So I was a little salty about that. I was like, what the fuck? Come on, man. I went out and I bought an Xbox One and a Kinect. So I figured, like, I wanted to put it to rest forever. I wanted it to be done. And Swery, I don't think legally Swery can tell you what happened directly. Like, he kind of did that thing in DP2 where he vaguely hints at it. That meta commentary is what I called it. He vaguely hints at what happened, but he also fears being sued. So there's also that. And he'll outright say, like, it's over. It's over. I don't want to talk about it anymore. So I'm like, well, Swery's not going to tell us. Nobody else is out there talking about it. I have all this information. I can discover more if I look. And I did. And after I did it, I was like, yeah, this is exactly the feeling I was looking for, the closure. I needed it. It sounds weird to say that, but I was hoping out of all the games where he ever made that D4 would find success because it had the formula for success. This crawler's ability, by the way, is wonderful. At least until the Hyperkai bullet seems to be working better, though. Once that crawler's does hit, it's beautiful. But I felt D4 had the most potential out of all of his games to break into the mainstream because people love story games. They love Telltale Adventures. They really do. This guy is just not gonna he's gonna keep blocking. Oops, I fell off the stage. That's okay. I'm gonna use all my extra aura and we're just gonna spam him with all of it at once. Okay? Crawlers. Go, crawlers, go. Now, Kai. Oh, one more. Can we get one more in there? His shield's just... His defense returns. Yeah, I gotta build up my magic before I can go after him because he's got really, really good defense. Bam. Bam. Kai Cannon. Yeah, we'll do the Kai Cannon. I'm feeling a little ambitious. By the way, that money is going to go towards some chicken nuggets, man. Ever since you said chicken nuggets, I'm like, I gotta get me some now. Maybe a big-ass chicken sandwich, too. I always get hungry after these streams. Crawlers. 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 Yeah. There it is. Once you have all the mana, you can just go, crawlers. Crawlers. Oh, there's two of them. No wonder. Crawlers. Bro. That's the ace gamer move. That's the ultimate gamer move right there. But now I got two of them on my case. Woo! Okay. What are these guys even doing? They're not even attacking me. Not that I can... okay, there it is. And they hit for big damage, too. Crawlers! Crawlers! Dang. Okay. That's... Oh, the crawlers finally hit him. Crawlers! Crawlers! Did I knock him out? He's getting close. He's getting really, really close. Crawlers! Crawlers! Dude, the crawlers. I got one more on him. One more. Let's do it. Come on. Let's get another one in there. His buddy's like right next to me too. Oh shit! Okay, gotta run. We're dipping out. We're dipping out. I gotta build up this. Gotta build up my crawlers. I can potentially pop off 4 crawlers, okay? Let's get them to come to me. We'll get them to come to me. Oh, the other one... Did the other one die? Okay, so this guy's got a full set, but I'm just gonna spam him with all the crawlers. He's gonna be crawling in his skin. These wounds They will not heal. Okay. Build it up, build it up. He's got an invincibility frame, so I've got to let that cool down a little bit before I can attack him. Crawlers! Go, crawlers, go! Those crawlers rule. I could use this Hyper Kai bullet, too. But crawlers is OP, man. One more ought to do it. What a joke. That was it. That was the mission. Dark dreams do die. GG says, now I'm hungry. GG? Good game. To me, that kind of thing is what YouTube is all about. Well, thank you. It was, I said, that was like... The whole sweary files last year were my favorite things I've ever made. The whole production. It was very, very hard to make, but I did it. It took me forever, but finally came to be. I'd been thinking about making something like that for years. For years. Ever since I started off in the beginning of the channel, I was kind of inspired by the real Silent Hill experience by Twin Perfect. I saw them and I was like, man, I really want to like dissect a franchise I care about and go into it. And the first thing I ever made was Dead Franchises. It was kind of along the same lines, I think. Dead Franchises. Kind of delved into forgotten things and what have you. And that's what I'm curious about. Like, there's always something to a story. When something goes wrong, whenever something just disappears from the world. Like, I guess I grew up, in a more golden era of creativity in terms of PlayStation 1 and PS2 games and interesting, unique Japanese games, and that was a huge part of my life. Like, I remember growing up, every month there would be 3 phenomenal, interesting games from either Squaresoft or Capcom and little miniature companies that are no longer around. Games that had such a huge impact on me, like Parasite Eve and Earthbound and Chrono Trigger and Suikoden. I mean, everyone was bringing their best. And it was nonstop, and that went on all up until about the PS3 generation. Then, like, things started dying off, I would say. But, yes, like, NES through PlayStation 2, I feel are, like, some golden times. And then things kind of tapered off, and then people started going for more safe choices everywhere. And my argument that I'm always trying to make is for experiments, being unique. And then also kind of telling the other side of the story of things. I find that interesting. Things that just don't get the coverage. And discovery, like discovering new favorites. I'm always finding out about things that I didn't know about. And that's part of the research process. I go in there, like, oh, this guy made this game, and also 7 other games I liked, and I never knew about them. Because a lot of these creators are low-key dudes. Like, a lot of them are just programmers that had an idea, had a dream, put it out there. They don't want all the limelight. Can crawlers go through that? I'm not sure what the extent of the crawlers are. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. But I keep getting, like, caught in this psychic hold with no way out. I really like crawlers. It's my new favorite thing to use. Okay, we're down to 1 guy. And I've got no healing in this deck whatsoever. So maybe I'll let my partner take him on a little bit and weaken him before I hop in. I got that Hyper Kai bullet I could use. But every time I try and use it, he puts me in that T-pose. We're T-posing in here. Is this game broken? What's going on here? Is this remothered too? Oh, I see. I see. Crawlers. Crawler. Oh, no. Give me them crawlers. I don't even think... That guy's levitating, so maybe the crawlers aren't hitting him. I'll have to stick to just the Kai Blast. Ooh. Too close. He reflected that, too. That's not good. If I get hit with one of those, I'm toast. Okay. Coming down to the wire. He's not doing much. It's gonna end with a whimper. Go, 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 go. My partner's over there. PH. Let's see if crawlers will work. Like if it goes through walls. No. Oh, it did! It went through walls. That's perfect. The crawlers went boom, Tremor style. That's what I'm talking about. Made the remothered joke before I could, yes. Phantom Duster Bus says YHZH. What's up, man? We get Hatagi in here. Thanks for all your excellent coverage, Hikiko. My pleasure. The pleasure and the fun is all mine. I hope I'm not lying to you guys. I hope I'm not lying to you guys or trying to misrepresent my videos out there. I am what I am, and that's all that I am. Hope my descriptions aren't misleading some of you on Reddit. That's my fault. I'm sorry. I kid. I kid. Sky-colored paints. Delta says, PS2 has so many games that I don't think I could play them all in my lifetime. I feel the same way. I tried to buy as many PS2 games as I could. When I came back from Tokyo, I had like a whole luggage suitcase filled with PS2 games because, first of all, PS2 games are super cheap in Japan. Second of all, no one in Japan really gives a shit about retro collecting or gaming. I mean, there's a certain niche for it, but they don't have like all these crazy people trying to screw you over and price you out of the market and do all these wacky reselling things that goes on in America. It's not like that over there. For one, their games are in excellent condition or they're deep discount. Like if they don't have box art, instructions and everything, they're 100 yen. They're really cheap. I seriously I spent maybe $200 and I walked out with a whole luggage suitcase full of PS2 games and Simple Series games and just weird things, weird promotional things. Like I got like this copy of Threads of Fate for $3. And it's like a limited edition, really good looking Threads of Fate. And their secondhand shops are just beautiful. They've got every system available. Games I've never even heard of over there. And the PS2 is the biggest of the bunch. Hands down. That thing, people don't understand how massive the PS2 was. It was a big deal. And it was a big deal, I think, up until like 2013 maybe. It had a very long lifespan. But yeah. there's a video on my channel where I talk about my Tokyo trip. Unfortunately, I couldn't go in 2020. Y'all know why. Y'all know why. But, I show off the mass amount of games I had. Like, there's just, I dumped out my suitcase, and I just bought some. When I went back to my hotel, I had a capsule hotel over there. Every day, we would go to a new city within Tokyo, one of the wards, and I'd come back with a whole backpack full of games, and I'd spend somewhere around like $20. I was like, they're just giving them away. I kept telling my girlfriend, I was like, they're just giving them away. I can't just leave them there. They had 100 yen. They called it the jank section. They had like 100 yen games. Just tons of 100 yen games. That's like about a dollar, a little less than $1 through conversion. But yeah. Oh, there went my light. Now it's atmospheric. That light's on a battery switch. But I'm like, they're just giving them away. I can't leave them here. I filled up my suitcase to the brim. Oh no. We got 2 of them coming at me. Ooh, and he's got all the close range stuff. Yeah, I'm screwed. I'm screwed. I need to rebuild my deck for this fight. I don't even have the crawlers, bro. I don't even have the crawlers. All my lights just periodically go out because they're running on a battery. And I need to buy the AC adapters for them instead of just charging the batteries. So that's my fault. My fault. I'm getting all these shields. I don't need the shields. I need Kai, or I need some sort of attack like crawlers. Give me the crawlers. Everything's all right as long as we got the Xbox. As long as the Xbox, the power to the Xbox and the PC is going, we're good. The stream can continue. This dude just erased all my powers. If you look in the bottom right, that attack they have just erases all your powers. So your hand, gone. This is going to be a rough fight. Very rough fight. I'm going to have to rebuild a deck and get some light on it. I got a backup light, believe it or not. Hold on. I do have a backup in these cases. In these such cases. Now, what did I do with that remote? Here it is. Hikiko After Dark. Hold on a second. One more thing. Is that it? There we go. I look a little blue. Let's try and get the color right. I got an RGB strip in here. I mean, like, that's not really bright. That's kind of bright. This happened when I was streaming Mr. Gimmick the other night. Red. Little pink stream here. Cyberpunk style. Spooky stream. The Kusoni Isle. Yes, Japan is filled with great undiscovered titles. But aren't they in Japanese and region locked, the games? I have a soft modded PS2 and a soft modded PS4 and a soft modded PS3, and I know how to rip my own games. So I do that. I play them where I want to play them. Oh, and I have a Series X now that plays PS2 games. So I can play them. The language barrier only really affects RPGs for the most part. other things, they've got other games that aren't RPGs that are easy to learn. And Google Translate's your friend. Usually when the light goes out, I kind of wrap things up. I've been streaming for 4 hours? Why didn't you tell me? I should wrap things up here because I do have some chores to take care of. I also have chores. Life is a chore. Life is a chore, but I did promise some stuff. This is my bedroom light. It's kind of like a sickly yellow. You see that? You see it? Just sickly yellow. We're in the dark. We're telling stories together, okay? We're telling stories together. We'll do this, okay? Now you can see. Now you can see all the reactions. Let's get a matching light in the back here. Blue, just all blue. I got another RGB thing here. This one's a little more harsh on the right. Very intense. The story that's about to go down. It's fun. We're all having a good time here. It's actually been a great stream, so thank you so much for joining me. And if you super chatted or if you're a member, I do appreciate that. It goes to helping out the channel. I use it to pay for things like equipment. Equipment breaks all the time. Software licenses. I don't buy the games with it. I handle my own game fund, but it is appreciated and it does go towards the channel. How about that? Blue. What else? Let me read some chat before I get into it. Put it in your computer case, bro. He's got a video on live translation too. I do. I've made a couple of them. Disaster Report 4. My Disaster Report 4 video has a live translation, as well as I think it was Simple Series. Which one was it? The most recent Simple Series, episode 7, I think. I played through The Overwhelming Hell, and that also took advantage of that feature. It did. Malvado says, seeing the piss yellow room light made me really appreciate the other lights you purchased. Yes. I usually use these lights that I have in here for filming my host segments. So when I'm sitting in the chair and I'm talking and introducing the subject, I use those lights, and they work better because my camera, I have multiple cameras. So this is my Logitech one, the shittiest of the bunch, but I also have my professional Panasonic film cam. It's a film camera, which is why you see the disparity in quality between one of my videos and this, because that shoots in 24 frames, 1080. It also does depth of field and bokeh and all that good stuff. It's a pain, but it also has some other cool features like an onboard mic, and I can do my lapel mic. That's some technical stuff there. Sorry about that. Nuker says, off topic, but is the Blue Dragon series anything to talk about? Is it anything to talk about? It's all right. I would say it's one of the better JRPG offerings on the 360. I played it early on. It's made by the same company, Mistwalker, as Lost Odyssey. If I had to pick the two, I'd go with Lost Odyssey. Blue Dragon is like more on the anime side of JRPG. And I'm like not a huge fan of like the Neo no Kuni style of games. And Blue Dragon's kind of like in the vein of Neo no Kuni. Very cutesy, very Akira Toriyama Dragon Ball thing. It's all right. I wouldn't like call it the best. I'd give it a solid 6. It's all right. Malvado says, "Hey, Malvado, I didn't notice this, but Malvado's got two Hassie cans. Malvado is headed towards the next unlockable. That's going to unlock pretty soon, I think. Seeing that piss yellow room light. Yes, okay, I read that one. Okay, before I get into the story, does anyone have any other questions? Any other questions? I made you wait for it. I made you wait for it. I made you wait for this story the whole stream. Do we even have anyone in here? Are we still live? I don't even know how we're doing. 31 viewers. That's not too bad. 574 views. Not bad. All right. Nuker says, I found a copy while driving around my local Goodwill. Well, if you picked it up cheap, there's nothing wrong. You can play it on a 360, Xbox One through X. So it'll be fun if you like a grindy game. That's a grindy game. Is anyone still here? Tell me if you're still here. Let me see some Hassie cans in chat. Let me see that there's life in here before I go into a story. If not, we'll just save it for next time. We'll just save it for next time. It's no big deal. Are there any Western devs you are into? Who's Western? Maybe Bethesda. I like a lot of Bethesda games. I used to like EA back during like Mass Effect 1 and 2. EA also funded some games I liked. They funded Alice Madness Returns. They funded Shadows of the Dam. They used to be pretty cool. Nowadays I don't mess with them. I can't think of too many Western ones unless we get into the realm of indie developer. Like Yacht Club, the guys who made Shovel Knight. And they're still making it. Yacht Club's pretty good. Valve, when Valve made games, I was really big into Valve. Any Valve game, it's hard to go wrong with them. Probably going to play that Back for Blood game when it comes out. What's up? Okay, I see a Hassie chat. I see Zodiac in here. I see Bitberg. I see Shadowhog. I see Nuker. I see Delta in here. We've really gone off the rails. Like I'm surprised I lasted this long. It's because I had all my stream snacks, the energy, the spite. YHZH. You know about EA and Origin? Yeah, I know about it, but I've got consoles, man. I don't have EA Origin. I play Dead Space on the consoles. And I will say the backwards compatibility for Dead Space 1, when I made my video on it, I played it on my original Xbox One. Not my Series X, but my original Xbox One. 1080p, all the VSync, all the smoothing, it looked phenomenal. Okay, are you ready for the story? I'm going to explain what happened the other day. If you didn't know, if you're just joining, there was a little bit of a snafu that went on behind the scenes of Hikikomori Media. I wouldn't call it drama. Like, I said my piece. I've made my points. But I was very frustrated with some things that were going on with YouTube. And there's a lot of fear and anxiety surrounding that, because when you commit yourself to making content and you try and make it the best you can be, there's also pressure to join the rat race and constantly shit out content, if you will. I call it shitting it out because sometimes it's just put it out there. Just put it out there. A lot of pressure to change and adapt to like the fear of the algorithm getting left behind, right? And I tried some new things with my Series X video, and I thought things were very clear in the introduction of the video. I thought it was what I intended it for it to be, a video focused on the games and the benefits of the Series X, right? And I didn't want to do just like a whole tech teardown. There's been a million of those. My goal for the video was to demonstrate the mass amount of games you could play. And just, I said it in my description, I said it in the beginning too, that I wanted it to be something wherever you show a different point of view. It's not a no games platform. There are a lot of games. If you didn't tell, I just played Phantom Dust, which is almost 20 years old now, which it's capable of doing, and it's free, and I showed it off, and I thought I wasn't being disingenuous about it. Like, I was being forthright. This is what the video was going to be about, okay? And I ran into some drama along the way. Most of it's my fault because I chose to engage in it, right? I always pick that choice. The choice of just let it go or say something. That's what it comes down to. You let it go and just people can say what they want. But then I decided to say something because I felt the person was completely misrepresenting the video. Deliberately so, I think so. Just because that's the nature of the internet sometimes. But one thing I have a problem with most is the approach, like how somebody says something. Not necessarily that what they're saying is bothering me, it's how they're saying it. And the guy I was talking with about it was being smug. And the smugness was prevalent. It comes in from the point of view of like being like I looked into like who this guy was after the fact, and I was like, oh yeah, this dude is like a power user on Reddit, so he's used to this. He's used to like making smug comments and trying to do like one-upsmanship, if you will, like trying to. In case he does respond, I've got 5 other things I'm going to say here back and forth when I was just trying to have like an honest conversation with him and explain my point of view. And the dude was like, so, I don't know, like he clapped at me first. That's how I saw it. He came out and then he misrepresented my video. And then so when I came out and said, well, here it all is. Like I said in the description, the dude watched the introduction of the video, lays it out there for you that it's going to be about hashtag all the games. There's a hashtag all the games that like at that point as a creator, like the smartest move is to not even say anything. And it's sad because like you want to clap back. You want to be like, hey man, this is what you want to do. You want to get everything straight.
Let's get something straight. It was the first and the last time either one of you will ever touch my ass again. Are you clear?
I was just trying to clear the air. Let's get something straight. You'll never touch me like that again. But that's how I feel the most. Like whenever the things that make me the most upset is when somebody mischaracterizes your intentions or tries to paint you as being disingenuous. And when I write and when I make my videos, it's from my heart. Like it does seem a little bit personal sometimes. And then so when I was civil with the guy in our conversation, I would say I was civil with them. I told the guy, I was like, hey, this is what the video was meant to be about from the get-go, okay? And then he replied with something catty and sarcastic. I don't even remember what he said. I read it off in the video. And then I said, like, well, what did you expect? I came out, I laid it out there for you, and I wasn't being, like, mean to him at that point. I was like, hey, man, I spent a long time on this video. I detailed 4 generations of Xbox games and RetroArch. I showed off features like remote play. I showed off the region-free ability, some Game Pass, like all the different things that are typical misconceptions about the Xbox. That was the goal, and I wrote about that. Then he came back and just started being downright mean. He started, like, I know it seemed like I was being mean in my last stream, but the guy came back, he's like, your video's cringeworthy, it's not going to go anywhere, doing all this other stuff, when I just asked him, like, what he was expecting out of it. Because he watched, like, the first 5 minutes or so. So he got up until that point where I laid it out in the intro. So my interest in that conversation was more to pick apart where all this kind of stuff happens. Because at that point in time, Reddit was the only source of traffic. And I don't blame anyone but me when it comes down to it. I really shouldn't have said anything. I should have just, like, let him be and have his opinion. But I just get curious for the most part. I want to know, like, how these things start, like why he had such a visceral reaction in the first place. Because the way he said some things just sounded a bit personal, is what I'm saying. And then, so yeah, like, I play ball a little bit. I've been around the internet. I know. I can use a silver tongue from time to time, but I think what I walked away from after that, because I sat on it after I made my stream, and I would say the majority of that stream was fine. It was talking about all the technical issues I was facing on the back end of YouTube, like trying to promote my stuff. But also sometimes, like, I wanted to also demonstrate the discourse that I encounter too. Because when you make videos, people want to, I don't know, trash on you, or they want to call you out and try and make you into something you're not. And I'm like, well, what more could I do, is the question I was asking him. And maybe it was more of a human thing. Maybe I should approach it from, like, a business mind when I do things like this. And that's when I walked away from it, and I said, yeah, I need to calm down about it and just relax. Because you can't, your goal as a creator is, like, you can't convince everyone, especially people who don't know you or haven't been with you for a while. It's just part of the territory. Even if you provide all the concrete evidence that here was your intentions for the video, sometimes it's more about people are into the argument. They're more interested in having an argument and doing the clap back and forth and up vote, down vote stuff. Like, that's what they're more interested in that moment than having a conversation. And I feel Reddit is just not a good, productive place to have a conversation. I feel that it's more about assimilation than conversation, if that makes sense. Like, Reddit is a place, like, where you go to have the most obvious opinion about something. And the thing I don't like about Reddit is, like, there's a whole bunch of people lurking in the background. They're not in the conversation. They're not really between the two people. They're just there to just, like, dogpile and do all this other passive aggressive shit. And that's the same reason why I don't like Facebook, is, like, Facebook it feeds into that whole passive aggressive mindset. Like, when I have a problem with somebody, I just fucking tell them. And some people think that's mean. Some people interpret that as being like being a bully or something. I don't know how to describe it, but I come from a background of being direct is the fastest way to get the truth out there. Just saying how you feel and asking questions instead of like, I don't know, sitting back and just letting somebody else go hog wild or whatever. Just going out there and just saying like, hey, this is what I meant. What do you want? And I didn't see it as like anything bad, but somebody else like messaged me and they're just like, hey, that's a bad look and you shouldn't go out there and like argue with people that are criticizing you. I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. In the end, it is a bad look. Like it always ends up looking bad at the person who claps back in the situation. Like somebody claps on you and then you clap back, but the guy already has the momentum. Like the guy already has like 40,000 Reddit karma and all the time to do that. So like he's already prepared. He's been through this scenario 1,000 times. So he's already ready. He's done the homework. And I just came in there and I'm just like, hey man, like you got me all wrong. And then that's like where I stopped is like after I asked him, like, what were you expecting? I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I'm like, this conversation's going nowhere. And so, yeah, I didn't think it as me. Like I get criticized all the time. You don't see it as often because you don't see what I see, but it happens. Like people like it, they don't like it, but I'm more interested in like picking apart somebody's brain and figuring out what went wrong or what have you than just being like, okay, well, whatever, just leave it there. So that's how that's how I viewed the whole situation. And I think it's good too. Like it's healthy to talk about the behind the scenes stuff and like let you guys know how things work on the back end, because like when you make videos and stuff all the time and you put a lot of energy into it, there's so much more behind the scenes that's like going on besides just making a video. And I think like that's taken for granted in this process too. Is like when I make a 20-minute video, I aim to make a 20-minute video. I can't be talking about 80 billion other things too. Like this is the topic. This is what I'm going with right now. Maybe I'll reach in another one because the market's like far different. So I try and be honest is what I'm saying. And I've encountered this a lot in my life. I've stepped on a lot of toes and made enemies when I told people how I felt, because people would rather you do a white lie or not say anything than tell them how you really feel about something, or tell them the truth. The truth is often found in retrospect, is how I feel. Like when I go out there and I criticize a game or something, I'm like not out there like trying to viciously attack it, but when I do, I feel like some people have a gut reaction, an emotional reaction up front first, either love it or hate it, right? And that starts to fade away over time. And then like people are like, yeah, in retrospect, this was kind of bad or whatever, or it held up over time. The truth is found in retrospect. And I guess I went in too early, but that's the truth. I mean, I don't regret the things I said to him in that conversation. I do regret like being an asshole a little bit on stream though. Like calling him a microwave bean burrito brain might have been too much, or a drone. Even though I might have meant it in the moment. I felt that I had to kind of step back and cool down and apologize for that, because it's not something I want to get wrapped up in too much. Like it's not a common thing. It's just like every once in a while, somebody just goes out there for you, and then you try and make your case, and even trying is futile. So you're just like, fuck, I'm screwed in this whole scenario as it is. So let's read a little bit of chat here. What YGH says, how much gay porn do you watch to find those clips? I review it. I've reviewed it on Captain Psychopath's channel. And that clip was from the Catalina collection, which is a good friend of mine. Catalina collection and Mr. Catalina, they run kind of like a repository for that. So I get it from the Catalina collection. Yeah, I always have that clip. Delta says, extreme fanboys have no brain cells, not worth engaging with them. I mean, I think it is worth engaging with people because I want to know. I want to know what happened and like if it was a failure in communication on my end and how I could do better next time and stuff. But I think that guy was just a bad actor in general. Like he was deliberately trying to push my buttons. And I caught on to that. Like after the second reply, I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what he's done. I've done this a million times. But I thought it would be funny content to talk about it. I wasn't really trying to put him on blast. I was just like, this is the shit. This is the everyday shit. And it's not just that. I mean, I get it all the time. It's whatever. Part of it. But I also can find a thread of humor in it. And that's what I do. I try and turn my everyday encounters into comedy because that's all you can do. I'm not getting paid to do it. I'm not getting paid to do it. I just do it for funny, for the ha-has. GG says to me, the Reddit guy looks so stupid for complaining about you for talking about games. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's probably a bad look responding to that type of stuff, but why would somebody take the time out of their day to complain about your video? It's fine to make fun of them. I mean, like, I don't know, man. As I said, my biggest issue with that encounter was, I felt it misrepresented what the video was about. Like he was deliberately being a bad actor. He was not looking at all the facts and all the evidence in front of him and just wanted to go on the roundabout way of just like back and forth, an argument, up vote, down vote. Like, I'm not interested in that. I just wanted to know like where he got off thinking that was my intention. And I think like, yes, that was the thing that the most was like engaging in that whatsoever was pointless. Like I already knew the outcome going in. But I still wanted to appeal. I still thought I would make my case. But as I said, like the people who clap back in an argument like that always end up looking worse. It's like whenever somebody, like when you're in school and somebody throws a punch at you and then you decide to swing back, right? In school, they're like, there's a zero tolerance policy. There's a zero tolerance policy because you swung back. You're also in trouble. And it's just like, what the fuck, man? Am I not allowed to say something back? Like I wasn't saying he couldn't have his opinion. I wasn't saying anything beyond that. I'm just saying that he was deliberately obfuscating the situation into something that it wasn't. And he got very like vicious quickly. Like how dare the creator of the video say anything in return? And I'm like, why is that the expectation that you can't say that? And I think I stated my case. My case was made. He watched up until the part. That's the thing that got me the most is like he watched up until Panzer Dragoon. So like at that point I had front loaded it with all the games part. So I don't know. As I said, it was a waste of time and I shouldn't have engaged at all. And it might not be the best look, but obviously I'm not always concerned about that. Sometimes I'm concerned with having fun. Sometimes you just want to get down in the mud and sling a little back sometimes. And it's natural. I can't be like James Ralph and completely divorce myself from the internet and divorce myself from what's going on around me. Like you can't be, as I said, like you can't always expect me to be pure and kind at all times. I strive for it. Yes, I try and be civil, but I think it's also all right too to state your case. So it's like one of those situations. Shadowhawk says, honestly, it sounds like you got batted into a BS argument. Yeah, that's probably the case. Like the guy was some spaz that wanted to troll. Probably. The trolls fooled me, as somebody once said. Yeah, I mean, like that's how it goes sometimes. GG, by the way, how did you know the video was posted there if you didn't post it? Just wondering. So that's what I talked about in my video beforehand, is like I knew the analytics, right? I look at analytics and I see where my video is being seen, right? So in that particular case, YouTube wasn't pushing it at all. Like 5% of the people that are subscribed to me, 5% saw that I had a new video out. 5%. So at that point, it's irrelevant. That is like beyond just randomness, right? Like somebody randomly typing in the title of that. It's so insignificant. And Twitter, because embedding was removed, I couldn't get the reach on Twitter. I couldn't blast out my video. And so I noticed that all my traffic was coming from Reddit. So I'm like, okay, let's try and find the post. And I just typed in the title of my video and I found it. And that's how I found it. But yeah, I was just curious about it. And that's when I saw that. Bitberg Blevin says sometimes it's worth it. It was just for my own. I was curious. That was the whole initial thing. Is like, how did we get here? I don't know this guy. I don't care beyond. I mean, it's just another faceless person on the internet. We're just two faceless guys talking with each other. But I don't know. Shadowhawk says, but as your channel gets bigger, there's going to be more people like that. I mean, they've been a constant all throughout. It's not like this is my first rodeo. Believe you me, it's not. I've encountered all types, good and bad. And I'm not really worried about it at the end of the day. It's just like, you get it. You have to ignore them. I don't think that's always the case, though. I don't think you should... If you just constantly ignore people and not engage with them, then what's the point? Engaging with people and talking with them is fun. Like, that's part of being it. And if I only engaged with the people that just spoke positively about my stuff, then I'm warping my own perspective, okay? You do need an ego check. You do need somebody out there to tell you your stuff shit. But at the same time, you can dig deeper too. You can ask about the specifics. Sometimes you get a read on the situation and it's just like, yeah, it's just a troll, whatever. But the way the guy was speaking just made it sound personal. So I was curious to know if I had encountered them before. There's some people that hold grudges like forever, so as you go along, you're just like, okay. That's why Red Letter Media never responds to any comment ever. Well, they get, like, if you go into Red Letter Media's comments, they don't have anything productive in there. Usually it's people repeating the same exact lines to them. Lines from their videos, or people, I don't know, making essays in their comments, like, trying to reply to their points or their videos or what have you. And it's like a meme warfare. Like, I bet they used to. Like, I've been following them for, I want to say 10 years, perhaps. Have they been around that long? Anyway, I've been following them for a long time, and I'm sure they used to reply, but at a certain point, you just can't reply to anyone else, because how do you select? How do you go through the mass amount of comments and then choose which one to point out or whatever? I know Jay replies to people on Twitter. He's replied to me a couple of times too. So that's pretty much how you catch him. And GG says, okay, I figured it was either analytics or someone told you in Discord. It was analytics. I was just curious to see like where it was posted, where the traffic was coming from. That's all. People are crazy. They want attention. Yeah, it's never going to change. That's a constant. That's always going to be a constant. I just don't get it. That's the mindset I don't get is like, I understand shit posting. I've been a shit poster. I've left drive-by things, but I don't understand that you can't, when somebody's mean to you, you can't just like clap back. Hey, I don't know. I don't think what I did was like evil or trying to get anyone to dogpile on them or what have you. I didn't even say anything like that. I was just making fun of the whole situation. Like the whole conversation is how I saw it. And the way it came off, like in retrospect, when I had time to think about it, I'm like, yeah, it's probably not good in the long run to do that. And the thing is, I love it. I love getting down in the mud and slinging it back because, as I said, there's so many smug people out there, so much passive aggression that is just festers and grows on Reddit that whenever somebody who's kind of a stranger to that world or an outsider comes in and says, well, fuck you too, buddy. You know, when you come in there and you're like, yeah, well, maybe you're wrong. These upvotes say otherwise, pal. I'm the gunslinger here around these parts. You know what I'm saying? It's like you want to take down the smug just a little bit. And I think we're entering a new era where people don't have an outlet for smug posting. And I like to link it back to Donald Trump getting banned off Twitter. Say what you will about Trump. I don't really care. I think we have a puppet government as it is. I don't think we get that much of a choice in our democracy as it is. Just my opinion. But there's nothing worse than when Donald Trump would tweet out something really stupid and then you saw like the reply guys below like constantly, like it was a full-time job coming in there like, oh, did you realize he dumb? Did you realize Trump dumb? Trump dumb because of this and that and sarcasm and hey, remember this old ancient tweet you once said? Like, that's almost just as embarrassing in my book. So now you've got, since he's banned off Twitter, you've got all these reply guys that have no outlet. Like the Trump, the moneymaker Trump is gone. That's going to happen in our entertainment too. Like all of our late night shows, no material. No material. All the comedians, no material. That just built their whole careers off of obvious low-hanging fruit kind of jokes. You know what I'm talking about? And this is like on the world stage. Like Trump was such like a popular topic in the world of comedy on the international level. Like every fucking country in the world was dunking on us about him and his Twitter habits all the time. Now the world's going to be a lot more boring, and all those people, they're going to start looking elsewhere. They're going to start showing up in your communities and dunking on this guy and dunking on... And it's just like, it's all so tiresome. Like, I just don't give a shit. Find some joy in your life. Go pursue a creative interest and put that energy into something else is what I say. But that's just me. Not to go on I don't think that was too political of a tangent, but I don't know. It just gives me the douche shivers. You guys know what the douche shivers are? Like where you know somebody is deliberately, like they've been waiting for this. They've been storing up this joke all day. Okay? They're building up the spirit bomb of the dunk that they're about to lay. They've got it. They've got all their one-liners. They're smug posting. Maybe they even have an anime avatar attached to it, but they've been waiting for it. And then somebody comes out there and does it. But I guarantee you, those reply guys, they were waiting. They were hoping that their career could be started if he replied back. Like if there was one exchange, and I think that's it. I think like when you don't reply, you hold all the power, right? You're in this realm of ambiguity. The James Ralph Schrodinger's box. I'm going to call it the James Ralph box, right? Does he know about the memes? Does he know about the criticism? Does he know about the internet? Does he still have a dial-up modem? Is he running at 56K? Where is he aware of what's going on out in the world? Like everyone looks at him like he just stays out of the drama, right? He keeps himself ignorant. That's a key strategy. Like you don't know if he's a good guy, you don't know if he's a bad guy because he keeps it all in the box. But I'm not that way. I'm not that way. Sometimes I just open up the fucking box. Like, yeah, here comes, it's like Pandora's box. Here comes all the demons, all the ills of the world. Here's all the poison you gave me. I'm giving it back, right? But you're supposed to just keep a lid on it, okay? You're supposed to keep the poisons on there. You never reply because when you reply, you remove the lid off of it. And all the demons are out and you're powerless because those demons could go anywhere and do anything, right? And then you also have the knowledge of the world. Like you've bitten from the forbidden thing. You've revealed your cards. So yeah, I get it. Somebody had like replied to me and said like, yeah, don't ever reply. Don't ever do that. It's a bad look. And they're right. It's a zero-sum game. The winning move is not to play. So I'm going to work harder on that. I really am. And I'm not just saying that just to go on a rant and just make some Boogie 2988 empty promise. I am going to work on that. And when I made that post, I was like just feeling kind of shitty because like, yeah, it does look real bad. It does overall. I stand by the fact though that I really enjoyed that video. I thought it was fun. And I think some people found it to be fun too. So like, I'm not going to completely just take this dude at his word or whatever, because there was no civility to begin with, is what I'm saying. Okay. All right. I'm going to read some chat. We're going to sign off here on this 5-hour Hikikomori cool stream. Almost marathon. We're hitting the marathon. This is one of the longer ones I've ever done, but there's some cool stuff in here. Yeah, let's see. I'm sorry. I'm lost here. Okay. Delta says there's a difference between personal opinion, troll, and constructive criticism. That's true. As I said, I thought the dude was more of a bad actor. He was more in trying to like bait. I fell for the bait. The bait was so tasty, though. I will give him credit. It was tasty bait. I fell for it. I never really interact on Reddit unless it's to just leave a compliment. I just don't think there's enough compliments out there. But when somebody's just being a complete smug guy, I just like to poke the bear. It's fun. It's on the inside, guys. I have a problem with this on the inside. Okay, I need to work it out. It's taken me a while. But I'll get there. Bitberg says, it's fun sometimes to fight back against turd flingers. Turd fingers is even worse. How do you pick up things? Caring about your own art isn't bad. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't call what I make art. Depends. It's in the eye of the beholder. Moon boots on my boots. Described it well. Zodiac Nimiko says, I get it. I've seen some big YouTubers that are really well composed say that as much. They can ignore things. Some things get to you. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Moon Boots says, it's extremely embarrassing. Oh, yeah, are you talking about the reply, guys? Yeah, just the smug. Just don't take yourself so seriously. Unless it counts. Unless it's in matters of the heart. If it's in matters of the heart, take yourself seriously. But, yeah. GG says, I enjoyed the Xbox video. I didn't know you could get the emulators on there without using dev mode. That was another thing that I demonstrated. I pointed that out. There's also a video. The video that I used to unlock dev mode is in that video. So if you were paying attention, you'll be able to figure out where to get the workaround, but I can't say any more. Dylan says, almost a quarter of the way to a 24-hour stream. I mean, I had this idea in my head, Dylan, that I wanted to do a 24-hour stream one time to raise money for the MS Foundation, multiple sclerosis, just a charity stream. If I ever did that, it would have to be at a place like maybe 10,000 subscribers. I'd do a 24-hour stream or something like that. Just where it would have enough traction to do something nice. But yeah, I'm interested in doing something like that. Hopefully while I'm still young. Nuker says, also unrelated, but Boogie just died this morning for the 20th time. Yes, I've heard. It's, I think that's the 30th time this year he's died. He died a lot last year too. Moon Boots on my boots. Hey, Hikiko. You throw in the stream in the playlist, it'll be in the Cool Stream playlist. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for playing my game. Did I set the record straight?
Let's get something straight.
Did I set it straight? I thought I would. I think it's important. I don't want to lie. There's a lot of liars on the internet. I just tell you, warts and all, how I feel. I don't want to harass anybody for being a douche or whatever, but I just thought I would give you my side of the thing and let it out. And I'm feeling a lot better. I'm going to get back to working on the next thing. I think the next video is going to be focused on The Medium. The Medium is a new game coming out for the Xbox Series X. Look forward to it. Hit the bell. Support me on Patreon if you wish. Become a member. There's a membership button. You get all sorts of cool emotes. That would be nice. Thank you so much for this 5-hour Phantom Dust stream. I hope it inspires somebody out there to give it a try. And maybe I'll see you in the arena. Welcome to the club, bud.